Welcome back to Harry's Cosmos, where we ask the questions the books never answered and let the fireside do the rest. Tonight's tale: what if Harry and Hermione were raised as twins? Picture it: a rainy November doorstep, a second pram, and two brilliant, stubborn children who grow up holding hands under the kitchen table. If you're new here, hit that subscribe button and drop a like so more stories like this can find their way to you. Grab a cup of something warm. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The night they found him. The storm that blew across Surrey on the 1st of November, 1981, had no business being there. Meteorologists would later argue about cold fronts and errant pressure systems, but Emma Granger, peering through the rain-streaked windshield of a battered Rover saloon, was not in the mood for meteorology. She was in the mood to get home, put her feet up, and forget that she had spent 3 days in a Bournemouth conference room debating the finer points of pediatric root canals. "Next exit, darling," said her husband, Daniel, from the passenger seat. Dan had the road map spread across his knees even though he knew the route by heart. It was a comfort thing. Or the one after. Whichever's clearer. "They're all equally unclear," Emma said. She wiped at the inside of the windshield with the back of her sleeve. "It's like driving through soup. Hermione would love it. Hermione's 9 months old and asleep, thank God. She'd still love it. She loves everything." In the back seat, snug in her carry-cot, Hermione Jean Granger was in fact not asleep. She was staring at the ceiling of the car with an expression of narrow, thoughtful concentration, as if she had overheard her parents talking about her and wanted to make an honest evaluation of the claim. Her small hand was curled around a rattle she had refused to let go of for 3 hours. The rattle gave a determined little shake when they took the corner onto the A3, and neither of her parents had moved it. Dan folded the map. "Wake-up call at 6. "Don't even," Emma murmured. "Dan, what?" "The radio." "What about it? Is it just me, or is every station off?" He reached for the dial. Static. Another station. More static. A third, a drift of foreign language, incomprehensible and sad, before it too dissolved into fog. A fourth station produced the single word children and then nothing at all. "That's odd," Dan said. "It's very odd. It's a storm. It's a very odd storm." They were turning off the main road now, onto the secondary lanes that snaked through the pebble-dash sprawl of Little Whinging, when Emma braked so hard that Dan had to catch the map with both hands. Hermione, in the back, gave a surprised little coo. "What on earth, look at the pavement," Emma said. Dan looked. The pavement, as far as the headlamps reached, was deserted. A single lamp post flickered. Number 4, Privet Drive, was dark at every window except one, a narrow gable at the top where a shape moved, then stopped, then moved again, as if whoever was up there could not decide whether to open the curtain or pretend they hadn't heard anything. "I don't see anything," Dan said, at last. "The step. At number 4. "Dan, the step." Dan had to lean forward to see past the wipers. On the step of number 4, Privet Drive, wrapped in a bundle of blankets the size and heft of a small mammal, something was moving. Not something, someone. The bundle shifted, a pale, tiny hand emerged into the rain, it did not withdraw again. Emma was already out of the car. Wait, it could be an animal, it's a baby, Dan. It's a bloody baby." The rain hit her like a slap. She ran up the short pebbled path, feet sinking into sodden gravel, heart hammering so loud she could feel it in her teeth. The bundle was on the top step, precisely centered between the welcome mat and the door, with a letter rolled up and tucked under a fold of blanket. The baby was not crying. The baby was not making any sound at all, which was far worse, in Emma's experience, than a baby that screamed. She bent down. A boy. No more than a year old, perhaps younger. Dark hair plastered to his forehead. He blinked up at her with eyes the deep, solemn green of wet leaves, and in the middle of his forehead, scarcely obscured by the mess of hair, there was a cut. Fresh. Clean. In the unmistakable shape of a lightning bolt. "Oh," she said, softly, and the baby's mouth twitched into something that was not quite a smile, but was at least a conversation. "Oh, you poor little thing." She gathered him up. He was warm beneath the blankets, which by itself was a small miracle in the weather. She had expected him to be freezing. She leaned on the doorbell with her elbow because her hands were full. No one answered. "Dan," she shouted toward the car. "Stay with Hermione. I'm going to, what is, oh, hell." He had joined her on the step. The rain was now catastrophic. Emma was thumping the door with the flat of her hand. "Open up. I know you're in there. Open up." There's a window in the upper floor opened. A woman's face appeared, thin and long-necked and pinched with anger, framed by a net curtain that flapped about her like a halo of disapproval. "We don't want any." "A child!" Emma shouted. "On your step. Are you blind?" "We don't want any," the woman said, with the emphasis of somebody who had already had this argument tonight and lost it. "Take it away. Take it to the council, or the papers, or whoever, but not us. Do you hear? Not us. You know him, don't you?" "I don't know anybody." "Vernon, ring the police. There's a woman on our step with a." Emma stepped back and stared up at the window. She was a mild person, a woman whose greatest fault in her own estimation was that she sometimes apologized for things that were not hers to apologize for. But there are kinds of injury that do not live in the body, and this, she knew, as clearly as she had ever known anything, this was one of them. "All right," she said, very quietly, to the woman in the window. "All right. I won't trouble you again, madam." "Good. But I want you to know," Emma said, and now her voice was shaking, but not with fear, "that tonight, on your step, someone laid down a child. And you left him there. In the rain. And some time, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next year, but some time, that is going to come back to you. I will make certain of it. Good evening." The window slammed. Dan touched her elbow. I know. We can't just, Dan. Look at him." The baby was looking up at her with that same, serious, unblinking consideration. The rain was running off her own cheeks now in a way that had very little to do with the weather. "Right," said Dan, and the resignation in his voice was, perhaps, the moment he became a father again, for the second time, in a single night. "Right. The car. Now. Before that mad cow actually rings the police." They were halfway down the pebbled path when the cat found them. It came out of nowhere, which was the only way Emma could afterward describe it, a lean tabby with ringed markings about the eyes that almost looked like spectacles, slipping out of a hedge onto the pavement and planting itself in their path. It stared at them, and its stare was, frankly, unreasonable. It was the stare of somebody who had been waiting to say something for a very long time and had been interrupted. "Shoo," Dan said, in a voice that lacked conviction. The cat did not shoo. "It's just a cat," Emma said. "It is absolutely not just a cat. Dan, look at it, Em." The cat continued to stare. It sat down, very deliberately, in the middle of the pavement, and for a long second Emma had the quite unreasonable impression that this cat was about to ask her a question, and that she was supposed to know the answer. The baby in her arms made a small sound, not a cry, not a coo, something in between, almost conversational, and the cat's head whipped around. Its whiskers trembled. "We are leaving," Dan said, firmly. They left. The cat did not follow. In the rearview mirror, as Emma pulled away, it was still sitting in the middle of the pavement, staring after them, and Emma thought, but surely could not have been sure, that just before they turned the corner, a second figure had stepped into the lamplight behind it. An old woman. Carrying a shopping bag. Standing in the rain as if the rain were somebody else's problem. They drove, for some time, in silence. Hermione, in her cot, blinked at the boy now tucked into the seat beside her, and the boy, tucked against the coat Emma had wrapped around him, blinked back. After a minute Hermione, with the enormous gravity of the very young, extended her rattle in the boy's direction and offered it. The boy considered the offering. Then his tiny hand closed around the stem of the rattle, and he did not let go. "Dan," Emma said, quietly. "Yes. There's a letter. I saw. Should I read it? Is it addressed to anybody?" Emma, with some reluctance, retrieved the rolled parchment from the fold of blanket on her lap. It was, and this was the first genuinely strange thing, if one discounted the radio and the cat and the fact that they had just stolen a child from a doorstep, parchment. Real, faintly yellow, lightly waxy parchment, of the sort Emma remembered handling exactly once, in a museum in York. The writing across the front said, in an elegant, slanted hand, "Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley, No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." Beneath, in very small script, as if added as an afterthought, Harry Potter. "Harry," Emma said. In the back seat, the baby with the lightning scar, who had not made a sound since they took him from the step, turned his head at the name. Hermione's rattle gave one small, assertive shake. "Harry," Emma said again, very softly. "All right. Hello, Harry." She did not open the letter. Not yet. There was, she felt, a threshold to be crossed first, the threshold of her own front door, the threshold of her own marriage, the threshold of whatever this was going to become. Dan drove. The rain thinned, as if some external force had lost interest in harassing them. By the time they reached their house in Crawley, a sensible semi-detached with a sensible garden and 2 bedrooms, one of which was about to become extraordinarily crowded, the sky had dried, and a thin, clean moon had appeared, and Hermione, at last, was asleep. Harry was still holding her rattle. The letter, when they finally did open it in their kitchen, at 3 in the morning, over a pot of tea that neither of them drank, did not help. "Dear Mr. and Mrs. Dursley," it began, and then proceeded for 2.5 pages to explain, in brisk, self-congratulatory prose, that the bearer of this letter was one Harry James Potter, infant son of the late James and Lily Potter, that both his parents had been killed in a tragic manner the previous evening, that his custody was being entrusted to his only living blood relative, namely Petunia Dursley, née Evans, that the boy's safety depended on what the writer referred to, with a flourish, as blood wards, that these wards required him to call the Dursley home his home, and that any and all inquiries should be directed to the writer. The writer signed himself Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dan read it twice. Emma read it 3 times. When Emma had read it the 3rd time, she put the letter down on the kitchen table and very carefully folded it in half, and then in half again, and then she looked at Dan. "This is a joke," she said. "Which part of the joke is the cat, Em?" "The whole thing is a joke." "Then why did we take him?" "Because she wouldn't." They sat with that for a while. Upstairs, in the little room that had been prepared, at great expense, for the singular child they had been told they were lucky to have, there were now 2 children. The crib had been hastily widened with cushions, because it was too late and they were too tired to drive anywhere else. The children were asleep end to end, foot to foot. Harry still had Hermione's rattle. "Witchcraft," Dan said, eventually, and laughed a tired laugh. "A school of it. And we thought our lot was queer." "Dan, what?" "I don't know whether to believe it, but I don't think it matters." "What?" "He's a baby, Dan. He's a baby whose parents have died. That letter says a perfectly sensible thing, that his aunt should raise him, and that woman on the step said no. So now he is ours. Unless there is some mechanism by which these Hogwarts people come and take him back, and in which case, they are going to have to come through me." Dan smiled into his cooling tea. "That's my girl. I mean it. I know you mean it. We are not, We are not sending him to some long-lost great-aunt in Australia because he's magical, Dan. I won't have it, magical, M. That's what it says. I read it. He has a scar. Dan looked at her. I saw the scar. Dan. What if it's real? Dan took her hand. His dentist's hand, strong and square, calloused by 15 years of pulling teeth. M. Then it's real. And we'll work it out. Like we worked out the last impossible thing. The last impossible thing had been Hermione, who, from the age of 2 weeks old, had been born with a set of lungs that produced music instead of crying, a knack for lifting the mobile over her cot with one hand even when her hand could not physically reach the mobile, and a habit of reading the labels off tins by 6 months old. The Grangers had not, at the time, thought the word magic. They had thought the word genius, which was almost as frightening. Now, in the kitchen at 3 in the morning, over a pot of cold tea and a letter from a man calling himself Albus Dumbledore, they considered, for the first time, the possibility that genius might have been an understatement. They named the boy properly the next morning. Harry James Potter Granger. Daniel had insisted on the hyphen. Emma had insisted on keeping Potter. He was somebody's, she said. We don't take that. We add to it. They kept the letter. They did not write back. The official bit took 9 months and 6 weeks and was handled, with the delicate, almost vindictive thoroughness of a woman who had once had a client refuse to pay her on the grounds that her fingers were too thin, by Emma Granger's cousin, who was a solicitor in Croydon, a Miss Helena Dempsey, and who did not care one bit for parchment. Petunia Desley was traced, contacted, and asked if she would like to contest the custody claim of a child she had emphatically left on her step. Petunia declined. Petunia also declined, to Helena's private astonishment, to meet the child in person or even to answer any questions on the record. Helena obtained a signed statement. The statement was extraordinary for its tone alone. I do not want him. My sister knew my feelings. If anybody comes for him, they should come for him. It is not our concern. The signed statement sat on Emma's kitchen counter for 2 weeks. Emma read it every morning with her toast. She sounds afraid, Dan, Emma said, on the 14th morning. She sounds like a coward, Dan said. No, Emma said. No, it's deeper than that. She sounds haunted. She doesn't hate him, Dan. She's afraid of him. Of what he means. She's afraid of what's coming for him. Emma looked up. What? Nothing. Dan, just a thought. Dan, he put down his coffee. If the letter was real, then what killed his parents is real. And it might not be dead. Emma's hand, holding the butter knife, did not tremble. That was the frightening thing. Then we'll know when we need to know, she said, finally. And between now and then, he has us. And he has Hermione. And if some beard in a nightgown turns up on this step and tries to take him, Dan, so help me, so help you, I know. He squeezed her hand. Are we mad? Completely. They kept him. The twins learned to walk within a week of each other. They had ended up sharing the crib for a month before Dan cobbled together a second one, which he then installed in a position next to the first one so flush that the children could reach across the bars to hold each other's hands, which they did, because they preferred it that way. They learned to speak in the order any responsible child-rearing book would have predicted, which is to say Hermione first, a steady, fluent rattle of opinionated phrases by 16 months, and Harry second, with a cautious, reserved delay that Emma had at first worried about, but which resolved itself the day he said, very clearly and in full grammatical construction, that is not where the spoon goes, Mom. Emma had cried at the cooker for 10 minutes. Strange things continued. The household had accepted them without discussion, which is the only way a household manages the impossible. A plant on the kitchen windowsill, which had been dying since the previous November, revived in the week Harry first began to sleep through the night. Hermione's bath water developed a tendency, around the age of 2, to stay warm indefinitely, which Dan had privately considered reporting to a plumber and had then decided, over dinner one evening, to simply accept. An entire Sunday roast once lifted very gently about 2 inches off the serving plate while Hermione was waiting her turn to be served, and then settled, and nobody said anything about it because Grandmother Granger was at the table and Grandmother Granger had recently lost most of her hearing, thank God. The worst and best of it happened on Harry's 3rd birthday. Harry, who at that age had the solemn, hunted watchfulness of a child who remembered a doorstep in the rain even if he did not know he did, was afraid of loud noises, and dogs, and doors closing suddenly. He was not afraid of Hermione. He was not afraid of Emma. He was increasingly, inexplicably, not afraid of the postman, who had accepted that he would have to hand-deliver every letter at this house to a specific small boy who would then, with enormous ceremony, deliver it to the kitchen table. The postman had begun to bring him sweets. On his 3rd birthday, which was also Hermione's 3rd birthday, because they had agreed, as twins, to share everything that was administrative, a thing came down the chimney. It was not Father Christmas. It was not even a bird. It was a large, sleek, tawny owl, entirely sooty, with an expression of immense and weary disgust, carrying in its beak a small, cream, wax-sealed envelope. The envelope was addressed to Harry. No surname. No return address. Just to Harry, in a hand that Emma Granger recognized, with a cold feeling in the back of her neck, as the hand on the first letter, the one that had been under the blanket, the one she had never answered. Harry, who was standing beside the fireplace with Hermione's hand in his, considered the owl. The owl considered Harry. Harry turned to his mother. "Mum." "Yes, love." "Is it for me?" "It seems to be." "What if I don't want it?" Emma had considered, many times over the last 3 years, what she would say when this moment came. All of her prepared answers evaporated. She looked at her son, at the lightning scar on his forehead that she had once, in a fit of grief, tried to cream out with vitamin E oil, and at the stubborn, questioning, brave little face beneath it, and she heard herself say, "Then you don't take it, darling. You don't have to take anything you don't want." Harry considered this for a long moment. Then he said, "I don't want it." The owl, fluffing with the same patient exasperation of a postman whose ring had been ignored, sidled sideways along the hearth, and laid the envelope on the mantelpiece, as if to say, "Fine. Have it your way. But I am not carrying it back." It took off, sooty and implacable, up the chimney. Dan, who had just walked into the room carrying a lopsided cake shaped like a dinosaur, stopped dead. "Was that?" "Yes," said Emma. "In the chimney?" "Yes." "Through the—" "Yes, Dan." "Right," said Dan. He crossed the room, set down the cake with exaggerated care, picked up the envelope, and held it very close to the fire without opening it. Then he thought better of burning it. He put it, instead, into the drawer of the sideboard where they kept the takeaway menus and the plasters. "Right," he said again. "We'll deal with that later." Hermione tugged on his trouser leg. "Yes, darling." "Cake, please." "Cake," Dan agreed, with immense relief, and handed her a spoon. The letters came for 6 years. They came on birthdays, and on Christmas Eves, and on certain strange days in autumn, and they came always delivered by owl, always addressed to Harry, and always unopened. Emma kept them all. She could not have said why. They filled, eventually, a shoebox, which sat on top of the wardrobe in her room, and which she sometimes took down in the evenings and held in her lap without looking at it, as if it were a question she did not yet have to answer. The first time Hermione Granger deliberately performed magic, she was 4, and she did it to prove a point to her brother. "It goes up, Harry," she said, with the withering patience of the very small and the very brilliant. "Up. That is what it means. Things don't go down when you drop them, Harry, things go down when you drop them, Hermione, that is what drop means, watch." She had a little rubber ball, yellow, with a smiling face on it. She held it out over the carpet. When you drop, she dropped it. It did not go down. It went up, very slowly, like a cork rising through oil, until it was gently resting against the lampshade, where it bobbed, apologetically. Harry looked up at the ball. Then he looked back at Hermione. "Oh," he said. "Up," said Hermione. "Right," said Harry. Then he held out his hand, as if for a turn, and the ball, as if understanding, drifted obediently down from the lampshade and settled into his palm. He turned it over in his fingers and looked at it with the gravest, most curious, most utterly unshocked face of his entire young life, and he said, "Mum will want to know about this." Which was how, at tea-time on a Tuesday in March of their 5th year, Harry and Hermione Granger Potter, for Hermione had long since declared that if her brother was a hyphen, then so was she, and Emma had not had the heart to disagree, walked very solemnly into their mother's kitchen, each carrying one end of a yellow rubber ball, and told her that the ball would not stay on the floor. Emma sat down at the kitchen table. She sat for a long time. "All right," she said. "All right, Mum." "All right," Emma said, and she got up, and she made them each a cup of weak milky tea with too much sugar because she needed something in her hands. "Well. Right. That's good. That's useful." "Is it?" said Hermione, dubious. "Is it?" said Harry, relieved. "Of course it is, darling. Of course it is. It means you're very clever, both of you. And very unusual. Are we in trouble, Mum?" "No. No, darling. You are not in trouble. Are you in trouble, Mum?" Emma looked at her children for a long, careful moment, and she thought of a doorstep, and a letter, and a shoebox on top of her wardrobe, and a cat that was not a cat, and an old woman in the lamplight, and the quiet, conditional peace of the last 5 years. "No, darling," she said, at last, and she reached across the table and took them both by the hand. "Your mother is not in trouble. Your mother is just getting ready." "For what, Mum?" "For the next letter." They did not live in fear. That is, perhaps, the strangest part of the story. The Grangers did not live in fear. They lived in the way people live who have decided to take the next thing as it comes, which is the only way anybody ever lives with the sort of children Emma and Dan had chosen. There were rules, of course. Emma, who had read about magical thinking in a child development book in her first pregnancy and had quietly dismissed it as a Freudian hangover, now embraced the phrase with the grim humor of the converted. The rules were these: no levitation in front of Granny. No conversations with the rubber ball in front of the neighbors. If the kettle did something strange, Dan would see to it. If a plant did something strange, it was Emma's. And if anything, at any time, came out of the chimney, they were to run and fetch a parent, and touch nothing, and especially not the owl. The children accepted the rules with the solemnity of a treaty. Harry, in particular, treated the rules as a sort of kindness. It was clear to Emma from quite early on that whatever had happened to him before the doorstep, whatever had left the scar, had taken, with it, something else, something she could not name but could only watch for, a confidence, maybe, a sense of being entitled to be in a room. Harry apologized for walking into rooms. Harry apologized for being in the way of rooms. Harry apologized to his shoes when he tripped on the stairs. Emma had watched him once, at 4, carefully ask the hallway if he could come through, before carrying a glass of water back to his sister, and Emma had gone into the downstairs loo and cried, quietly, with the door shut, for a full 4 minutes, because she could not identify the particular flavor of the rage that she felt and she did not wish to inflict its sound on her household. Hermione, by contrast, was Hermione. Hermione walked into rooms as if she had bought them. Hermione informed the hallway that she was coming through. Hermione had opinions about carpeting. They balanced each other, the children, in the way that hot water and cold water balance each other, which is to say they argued constantly, they loved each other without question, and they produced, when combined, something that worked. Dan, the quiet member of the household, filed all of this under the heading things Dan does not have to explain to anyone at the practice, and got on with his life. He built bookshelves. He fitted a new sink. When Harry, at 7, discovered that he could sometimes know what Hermione was thinking if she was in the next room, Dan said, mildly, over dinner, "Well, that'll save on telephone bills," and Hermione laughed so hard she inhaled a pea. There were incidents. At 5, at the beach, Hermione got into an argument with a seagull that had stolen her ice cream, and Harry, 100 yards up the shore with Dan building a sandcastle, had at the same moment, and for no reason he could later articulate, stood up and shouted, "Drop it." The seagull had dropped it. The ice cream had been inedible by that point. The argument had been won. Dan had looked at his son for a long minute afterward. "Reckon we'd better keep a list, Em," he had said to Emma that night. "If they start winning fights without being near each other, we'd better know the score." At 6, Harry had a dream about a boy with blonde hair and cold eyes pushing another boy down a set of stairs, and woke up screaming, and Hermione, 2 rooms away, also woke up, and by the time Emma arrived in the hallway both children were sitting on the landing, holding each other, without having crossed the landing to meet. Neither of them, when pressed, could explain how. We both went there, Mum," Hermione said, looking quite baffled. "It's the middle bit. Isn't it?" At 7, Harry and Hermione jointly decided, without discussion, that they would learn to read Latin. Dan had come down in his dressing gown one Sunday morning to find a stack of his own university Latin grammars on the kitchen floor, with Hermione on one side and Harry on the other, taking turns reading aloud. "Puella ambulat," Hermione was saying, brisk and authoritative. "The girl walks," Harry said, considering. "Puella cantat," the girl sings, "Puella frater sus stultus est," that's not right, Hermione. "It should be. Not in grammar." Incensed, Dan had watched them from the doorway for another full minute before he went back upstairs and told his wife, very calmly, that he thought perhaps the school they had chosen for the twins was going to be insufficient. Emma had agreed. They had upgraded to a slightly more expensive school. The slightly more expensive school, by the time the twins were 9, had also been deemed insufficient, and Emma had begun, quietly and almost without telling Dan, to assemble a curriculum of her own, which by the time the twins were 10 included a great deal of Latin, a great deal of mathematics, the basics of chemistry, and, a concession to the condition Emma still did not fully understand, a shelf of library books on folklore, on medieval herbals, on the history of the word witch. They were, in short, ready. Not for what came next, nobody could have been ready for what came next, but for the fact that something came next. They did not expect an ordinary life. Which is not to say Emma was not afraid. She was afraid. She was afraid every time the post came. She was afraid every time a bird she did not recognize sat in the garden. She was afraid, most of all, on the anniversary of the doorstep, which had become a private, unspoken date in the Granger household, a day on which she always made sure she was home from work early, and on which Dan always locked the front door with a particular, deliberate click, and on which the children sat, without being asked, on the sofa between them, as if they sensed that the 1st of November was a wound that did not heal but only thinned. The shoebox on top of the wardrobe grew heavier. And then, on the morning of Hermione's and Harry's 11th birthday, the 19th of September, 1991, Emma Granger came downstairs before anyone else, put the kettle on, and sat at the kitchen table for a long time, because she knew, without knowing how she knew, that today was the day the next letter was going to be answered. She was still sitting there when the twins came down. "Morning, Mum," Hermione said, briskly, already halfway to the bookshelf. "Is there toast?" "There can be." "You're up early," Harry observed, with his usual quiet caution. "I am." "Happy birthday, darlings." "Happy birthday, Mum," said both of them simultaneously, because Emma had, 4 years ago, adopted the policy of having her birthday on their birthday as well, on the grounds that she refused to have 3 parties in the same calendar month. Hermione leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Harry, behind her, did the same. "We're 11, Mum," Hermione said, into her ear. "I am painfully aware of that. You'll be all right." "I will." It's just a letter, Mum. Emma took a slow, careful breath. Yes, darling. It's just a letter. Dan, coming in behind them with his tie in one hand and his shoes in the other, looked around the kitchen and registered the weather in his wife's face and said, mildly, well. Today's the day, is it? I think it might be, Emma said. Right, said Dan. He set his shoes down. He began, with enormous care, to butter his toast. Right. Well. Who's up first for tea? Birthday children, sit. Drink. I'll do the eggs. And so they were sitting around the kitchen table, 4 of them, with their tea and their toast and the very last ordinary morning of their old life, when the first owl of that day arrived at the kitchen window, and tapped, very politely, with one claw, on the glass. At a house several hundred miles to the north, in a room cluttered with spinning silver instruments and a phoenix dozing on a perch, a very old man was frowning over a book that would not tell him what he wanted to know. Albus Dumbledore was not used to not knowing. For 6 years he had dispatched owls to the address of one Harry James Potter, care of Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley, Privet Drive, Surrey. For 6 years the owls had returned with the letters unopened. This, in itself, was not unusual. Petunia Dursley was known to be proud, and Vernon Dursley was known to be stubborn, and the absence of a reply was not an absence of information, it was a kind of information, and Dumbledore had filed it with the rest. He had also, being a cautious man, sent Arabella Figg, a squib, beloved of him for her discretion and her cats, to move into the house opposite number 4, and had set her, as a matter of polite, patient duty, to keep an eye on the boy. It was Mrs. Figg's report, 3 years into the project, that had begun to trouble him. I cannot get a good look at him, Professor, she had written. There are children coming and going at the Dursleys, Dudley has a gang of friends, all very loud, but Harry, as you describe him, I have yet to see. I should describe the boy I would expect to see as dark-haired, with green eyes, and with the scar. I have not seen such a boy. Petunia has told me, briefly, when I have asked her to mind her neighbors, that Harry is delicate and stays in. I do not believe her. I do not believe there is a boy in the house at all. Dumbledore had set the letter down and pinched the bridge of his nose. It was not possible. The blood wards he had set on the Dursley home were founded on Harry's presence there, they were founded on Harry calling it home. If Harry was not there, if Harry had never been there, then the wards would not have taken. If the wards had not taken, then Voldemort, or Voldemort's servants, or any of a dozen other predatory souls with reasons to want the boy, would have got there first. And yet no body had turned up. No reports, no rumor, not even from the sort of lazy, gossipy sources who were always too pleased with themselves to resist telling him. Which meant one of 2 things. Either Petunia was a better liar than he had credited her. Or the boy had been taken somewhere else. And the boy was not dead, because the wards, whatever else they did or did not do, were at least connected to Harry's living blood, and they had not dissolved. They were weak, absurdly weak, almost decorative, but they had not failed. The boy lived. Somewhere. He had tried tracking. He was, after all, a very great wizard. He had a number of instruments for this sort of thing. He had put the boy's first baby blanket, a blue one, knit by Lily Evans the winter before Harry was born, into a silver scrying basin, and he had asked the basin, as politely as he could, to show him the boy, and the basin had produced a perfect, still image of the bundle on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive, at 5 past midnight on the 1st of November, 1981. That it could see. Everything after that was fog. He had even tried, in a moment of middle-of-the-night desperation he would later be ashamed of, to use a lock of the boy's own hair, which Hagrid had rather sentimentally kept clipped from Godric's Hollow. The lock of hair had produced, for 2 full seconds, the blurry image of a yellow rubber ball bouncing up a wallpapered wall, and then had gone as dark as a midnight window. Dumbledore had stared at the darkened basin for a long time that night. Then he had stood, put his spectacles back on, and walked slowly across his office to the window. The phoenix, woken by the movement, had opened one amber eye. "He is with someone who loves him, Fawkes," Dumbledore had said, at last, and his voice had been very tired, and very quiet. "Loves him enough," Fawkes had trilled, once, soft as an organ pipe, and closed his eye again. "We shall have to wait," Dumbledore had murmured. Downstairs, in the castle, a very particular September drew near. Preparations began to be made for the arrival of a year's new students. Letters were addressed, quills were sharpened, owls were marshalled. And on a shelf behind the desk of Professor Minerva McGonagall, a book of names, the living, breathing, self-updating registry of every magical child born in Britain, sat open at page 227, on a line that had been scored through, 6 years running, with an ink that nobody in the castle had put there. The line read, "Harry J. Potter, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." Under the score, in a finer, quieter hand, the register had written the correction that the headmaster was not yet willing to read. It said, "Harry J. Potter Granger, Crawley, West Sussex." And under that, on a line of its own, as if the book were being thorough, "Hermione J. Granger Potter, Crawley, West Sussex." The book, in its own infuriating fashion, had put a small, neat, cherry-colored bracket around both names. Nobody, yet, had opened it to that page. Minerva McGonagall turned that page on the evening of the 18th of September, 1991, in her study, over a cup of Earl Grey, because she was preparing the Hogwarts letters for the cohort due to arrive on the 1st of the month, and because she had learned over 40 years of teaching never to trust a single list without running her eye down all of them. She turned the page. She saw the correction. She saw the bracket around the names. She read the line twice, set down her teacup, and said aloud, to no one in particular, in a tone flat with something that might have been outrage and might have been something more personal, "Well." Well, she stood. She collected a parchment, a quill, and her tartan traveling cloak. She glanced at the clock on her mantelpiece, 10:30, and decided, with the grim satisfaction of a woman who has been waiting a long time for an excuse, that this could not wait until morning. "Crawley," she said, aloud, testing the word, because Crawley was not a word that tended to occur in her professional correspondence. Crawley, she thought, briefly, of informing the headmaster. She thought, more briefly, of not informing the headmaster. Then, because she was a woman of enormous, old-fashioned loyalty, and because she would not be the one to withhold a truth from Albus Dumbledore, she made her way up the spiral staircase to his office and tapped, smartly, on the door, and informed him, in 3 short, very precise sentences, that the boy had been found, that the boy was alive, that the boy was very well, and that if Albus was quite finished having his hand held by destiny he might consider coming with her to meet the family. Dumbledore, who had been sitting at his desk with his head in his hands and a glass of brandy untouched at his elbow, looked up. "Minerva," he said, with the most ancient tired smile of his very long life, "I wondered when you would come and tell me. You knew. I have suspected. Albus, tomorrow, Minerva. Tomorrow. The letters go out tomorrow. Albus, tomorrow," Dumbledore repeated, gently. "Let us see what happens when the letter, at last, is opened. Let us not go charging in tonight. Allow them the dignity of the door." McGonagall looked at him for a long moment. She had, over the years, learned to parse the silences in his face. This silence was a new one. "Very well, headmaster," she said, at last. "But I am delivering that letter personally. I had assumed you would insist. And I am going to the house. I had assumed that as well. And if they have questions, answer them. Which they will, answer them all." She inclined her head. She turned at the door. "Albus. Minerva. Have you any idea of what you are going to be asked?" Dumbledore looked down into the brandy he had not drunk. For a moment he saw his own reflection, bright, and worn, and older than it had been this morning. "A great many things, I should think," he said, quietly. "Beginning with what took you so long precisely, headmaster." She left. It was, she thought afterward, the last unhurried moment she would have for some time. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Letters and Lions. The first owl of the day was a brown one, with a broken feather in its left wing and the self-important posture of a bird that had been doing this job for many years and would not be thanked for doing it longer. It arrived at the kitchen window at 7:04, tapped once with one claw, and waited. "Dan," said Emma, in the tone she used only for very important information and for fires. "I see it." "Dan, there are two." "I see them, there were." A second owl had appeared from behind the chestnut tree at the end of the garden, an enormous, snowy white female with eyes like yellow lamps, which Emma Granger would later describe to her cousin Helena as honestly, "Hells, the most beautiful, most offended bird I have ever had in my garden." The owls sat, side by side, on the windowsill. Each had an envelope in its beak. The brown one was addressed, with the neat, sharp hand of Minerva McGonagall, to Miss Hermione J. Granger, the second bedroom, 14, Funhurst Road, Crawley, West Sussex, and the other, carried by the snowy owl, whose yellow eyes had locked upon Harry from the moment he walked into the kitchen, was addressed to Mr. Harry J. Potter Granger, the first bedroom, 14, Funhurst Road, Crawley, West Sussex. Both had the same wax seal, in red, for heraldic beasts around a crested H. O., Hermione whispered, and her voice for once had no opinions in it at all. Harry looked at his mother. "Mum." "Yes, love." "Is it for us?" "It seems to be." Are you all right?" Emma Granger did not trust her voice, so she nodded. She had been steeling herself for this moment for 7 years. She had rehearsed, in secret, the speeches she would give, the warnings she would issue, the stipulations she would place upon any school that was, at the end of the matter, permitted to teach her son and her daughter. Now that the moment had come, she discovered, with interest, that her hands were completely steady and that she had not got a single one of her prepared sentences on the tip of her tongue. "Let them in," she said. Dan opened the window. The owls were, in the event, models of decorum. They advanced onto the kitchen table one after the other, laid their envelopes neatly in front of the respective children, and then sat, with a stillness that was somehow more unnerving than flapping, awaiting a reply. "We don't," Dan began. "Get them water," Emma said, briskly. "Dan, water, in a saucer, now." "Harry, Hermione, sit. Eat your toast." "Mum, eat your toast, Hermione." "The owls will wait." Owls, I should think, are very good at waiting. The snowy owl, for the record, was not. The snowy owl had already begun, with an expression of infinite disdain, to preen. She ate, halfway through the 3rd minute, half a bit of Harry's bacon. Nobody stopped her. Harry opened his envelope. "Dear Mr. Potter Granger," he read aloud, slowly, because his brain was running at a different speed from his mouth. "We are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Hermione had opened hers at the same time. She had read it at a speed that should have been illegal. When she had finished, she set it down beside her teacup and said, with the careful composure of a small, extraordinary animal, "Mum. The list is in Latin." "It is not, Hermione. Part of it is. Look. Prima, uniform. Secunda, books, that is not Latin, that is just Roman numerals with a, it is slightly Latin." "It is not, it is," Emma caught her own argument and marveled at it. "Hermione. Hermione, we have received our letters, we have," Hermione agreed, and then, with great effort, her face began to do something it had not done since she was an infant. It began to wobble. "Oh, darling, don't hug me, Mum, I'll cry." "Darling, you're allowed to, I don't cry," Harry, quietly, put his hand in his sister's, under the table. Dan set down the saucer of water. The brown owl drank. The snowy owl regarded it as if it were reaching for her handbag. Harry, without taking his eyes off the envelope, reached into his toast plate, took up a piece of bacon, and held it out. The snowy owl accepted it with grave dignity. She edged, half an inch, closer to him. Outside, in the garden, on the path between the hydrangea and the gate, an enormous tabby cat came daintily up the flagstones. It paused at the doorstep. It sat. It stared at the kitchen window with a stare that Emma had seen only once before, in 1981, in the lamplight of Privet Drive. "Dan," said Emma, and her voice had gone very quiet. "The door." "What?" "The front door." Now, Dan went. A minute later he came back into the kitchen, followed by a tall, gray-haired woman in a dark tartan traveling cloak, her hair pinned back in a severe bun, her expression a study in being personally responsible for the end of a 7-year national embarrassment. She stood in the kitchen doorway, looked at the 2 owls, the 4 humans, and the family breakfast things, and her mouth moved into the shape that Minerva McGonagall's mouth made when she was about to be enormously polite. "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger," she said. "I am terribly sorry to intrude upon your morning. My name is Minerva McGonagall, and I am the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I have a very great deal to apologize for, and, if you will permit me, an equally great deal to explain." Emma Granger set down her teacup and stood up, very slowly, and rather to her own astonishment put out her hand. "Professor McGonagall," she said, very levelly. "Please come in. Would you like a cup of tea?" "Thank you, Mrs. Granger. I would like that enormously." "Hermione, a mug." "The good mug, Mum. The best mug we own." And that was how it began, in Emma Granger's kitchen, over a cup of Earl Grey served in a porcelain mug that had been her mother's and which was never allowed out of the dresser except on Christmas Day, with an owl drinking from the saucer of a sugar bowl, a scarred little boy holding his sister's hand under the table, and a woman in a tartan cloak who had, it turned out, a great deal to apologize for. "You left him on a step," Emma said, finally, when Professor McGonagall had been speaking for the better part of 40 minutes and had got, with great and uncharacteristic restraint, to the bit of the story she had been silently rehearsing for 7 years. "Mrs. Granger, I did not, you personally did not. I accept that. I am nevertheless interested in the word your, because when your school, and your headmaster, and your gamekeeper leave a 1-year-old child in a carry basket on the doorstep of a pair of strangers at midnight in November, your is the word that I shall use. Am I understood, Professor?" "Perfectly, Mrs. Granger." "Harry?" Harry looked up. He had been staring into his cereal bowl for half an hour, not because he was hungry but because he was frightened that if he looked up, the large, severe lady at the head of the table might evaporate. "Yes, Mum. Do you want to hear the rest, love?" He considered the question. Hermione squeezed his hand. "Yes," he said, at last. "I do." "Right. Please continue, Professor. But, and I want this to be plain, from the beginning, we are not, under any circumstances, sending either of them anywhere I do not believe to be safe. I have been cautious about the education of my children since the moment they were 6 months old, and I am not going to stop now. So if the school you represent is in the habit of leaving babies on doorsteps, it is going to have to do a great deal of work to convince me to put either one of them under its roof." "Emma," said Dan, mildly. "Dan, she's doing her best, Em. She can do better." "I can," said Professor McGonagall, and her voice, for the first time, had gone quiet. "Mrs. Granger, you are absolutely correct, and I shall do my best. I should like to begin, if you will permit me, by saying what a number of us have, I think, wanted to say for some time. Which is—" McGonagall looked at Harry. "Harry," she said. "Your parents would be very proud of who you have become. Of who you are still becoming. I was at their wedding. I taught them both. They were extraordinary young people. They were, for some years, 2 of my favorite pupils. I mean that. I do not say it often. I say it now because you deserve to have it said to you aloud, in your mother's kitchen, by someone who knew them. For the first time in his life, Harry James Potter Granger looked as if he did not know what to do with his hands. Emma reached across the table and put her own hand over his, and said, very gently, "It's all right, love. You can cry if you need to." He didn't. He straightened. He drew a small, steady breath. And then, with the quiet, self-contained gravity that was his, and his alone, he said, "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Please, please go on." Hermione, beside him, did cry, in a very brief and furious manner which she denied even as she did it. The trip to Diagon Alley was not McGonagall's idea. McGonagall's idea had been to send a list. McGonagall's idea had been to let an official school representative escort the children to a reputable outfitter, a reputable wand shop, and a reputable bookseller, and to keep the Grangers, however admirable they might be, at arm's length from the more ungovernable corners of the magical world. Emma Granger's idea was to go herself. "All of us," Emma said, closing the subject. "We are doing this as a family, Professor. I have not had my son for 11 years to leave him in a strange city with strangers. Mrs. Granger, all of us, Professor." McGonagall inclined her head. "It would be my honor." Which is how, at 11:03 on the morning of the 19th of September, 1991, Daniel and Emma Granger, with their twins and their deputy headmistress, stepped out of a taxi onto Charing Cross Road in central London and stopped in front of an establishment that Emma had walked past, in her days as an undergraduate, for 4 consecutive years without ever seeing. It was called the Leaky Cauldron. "I have walked past this," Emma said, stunned. "I have walked past this pub for, I used to live 3 streets away from this pub, you have, Mrs. Granger." "I have lived in London for, yes, Mrs. Granger." "Right." Emma took her husband's hand. "Right. Children. Hands." They went in. Diagon Alley, on the morning of the 19th of September, had the busy, slightly flustered air of a high street that had lost control of its own weather. A witch in a lime green robe was arguing with a newspaper. 2 tiny wizards in matching pointed hats were chasing a golden ball that kept changing shape. A cauldron merchant was loudly complaining to nobody in particular about copper prices. The sky over the alley was a completely different color from the sky over the rest of London. It was approximately the color of a peach that had been left in a bowl of lemonade. "Oh my God," Hermione said, under her breath. "Hermione," said Emma. "Sorry, Mum." Harry did not speak. Harry was looking at the alley with the intense, silent attention of a boy who has just realized that his family's rubber ball experiments and his sister's bathwater and his own habit of whispering to the postman's owl are not, in fact, signs of being unusual, they are signs of being from somewhere else, and this is that somewhere else. "Gringotts first," McGonagall announced, briskly, and set off up the alley. They followed. Gringotts was a white marble building with crooked doors, a pair of bronze inscriptions, and a queue that moved with the impatience of people who would like their gold, thank you. The tellers, Emma could see, were small, long-fingered, beaky beings who did not rise when customers approached, did not smile, did not greet, and did not, under any circumstances, hurry. "Goblins," McGonagall said, softly, to Emma as they joined the queue. "A proud people. We are guests. I would advise respect. We would not wish to offend. I rarely offend on purpose, Professor. I believe that, Mrs. Granger. But I am a woman with questions." McGonagall permitted herself, for an instant, the smallest smile. "I am coming to understand, Mrs. Granger, that you are a woman with many questions." At the counter, McGonagall spoke briefly and softly to the teller. The teller, a grey-skinned being with extraordinary eyebrows, inclined his head. "Mr. Potter," said the teller, looking up at Harry for the first time. "Yes, sir." The goblin's eyebrows climbed, slightly, at the "sir." "Has your account key, Mr. Potter?" Harry turned to McGonagall. McGonagall turned to her pocket. McGonagall produced a small, ornate brass key. The goblin looked at it. He looked at McGonagall. He looked at the key again. And then, very slowly, he set down his quill. "Professor," he said, with the glacial, considered politeness of somebody who is about to deliver very bad news. "I believe we had best discuss this in a private office." "I beg your pardon." "A private office, if you will." "Mr. Potter, Mrs. Potter, Granger," said Emma. "My apologies, madam." "Mrs. Granger." "Mr. Granger." "Please, if you will. Follow me." The private office was a high-ceilinged stone chamber behind the public hall. It contained a desk of ebony, for chairs, a silver bowl of sweets that did not look like sweets, and a goblin whose small brass nameplate read Griphook. Griphook, unlike the teller, stood up. He gave a small, stiff bow. He gestured at the chairs. He shut the door. "I apologize," he said, "for the abruptness. I must ask some questions." "Of course," said McGonagall, but he was not looking at her. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, his dark eyes on Harry. "Have you had, or do you have, any prior access to the account known as the Potter Trust?" "No, sir." "Have you, at any point, made withdrawals from said account, or instructed their making?" "No, sir." "Have you, at any point, received any statement, report, or communication concerning said account?" "No, sir." "Have you had any correspondence, written or verbal, with any representative, agent, or holder of proxy for said account?" "No, sir." Griphook set down his quill, very deliberately, in the center of the desk. "Professor McGonagall," he said, and his voice had gone flat as slate, "on whose authority have withdrawals been made from the Potter Trust Vault, on a monthly basis, from November of 1981 to September of this year?" There was a silence. McGonagall's eyebrows drew together. Her hand closed on the armrest of her chair. "I am sorry," she said. "On whose authority, Professor," Griphook repeated, "have withdrawals been made from the Potter Trust Vault, a vault which you were informed, 7 years ago, was in the guardianship of Petunia Dursley, on a monthly basis, for the last 10 years? "That cannot be correct, Griphook." That is simply not possible. I have the ledger here, Professor." "Show me." He showed her. McGonagall looked. McGonagall looked up. McGonagall's face had gone, in the space of 2 seconds, from grey to white to a faint, furious pink. "Dumbledore," she said, in a voice barely above a whisper. "So the signatory indicates." "Whether the signatory is genuine, Professor, is a matter for the bank." "Why on earth, how on earth, Professor," said Emma Granger, quietly, from the chair across the desk, "would you care to explain to my son, and to me, precisely what is going on?" McGonagall turned. She looked at Harry. "Harry," she said, "I have been an idiot. I am sorry. Somebody, it may be my headmaster, and if it is, he and I shall have a very long and very private conversation, has been taking money from your parents' trust, and I did not know, and I should have asked. I am sorry." "How much money?" Hermione demanded. Hermione, "No, Mum," she should answer. "How much, a monthly stipend," Griphook said, smoothly, "was taken, ostensibly for the support of the minor child Harry James Potter during his tenure in the guardianship of Mr. and Mrs. Vernon Dursley at No. 4, Privet Drive. Stipend transferred, by magical deposit, directly to an unnamed account whose gatekeeper identity has not been revealed to Gringotts. I believe we may take it, from the ledger, that the money went at least in part to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, whose account was funded on a corresponding basis, that another share was retained by the signatory for the costs of upkeep, which are unspecified, and that a small residue was deposited in a subsidiary account in the name of the Dumbledore estate, marked Orphan Protection Maintenance. Harry had gone very pale. Hermione had gone very red. They didn't want him, Hermione said, and her voice had a ragged, sharp quality to it that Emma had heard perhaps 3 times in her daughter's life. They didn't want him, Mum. They left him on the step. And they were being paid to pretend he was still there. Dan Granger stood up. All right, Dan said, quietly, which was the Dan Granger equivalent of a man drawing a sword. Mr. Griphook. What are our options? Griphook looked up at Dan Granger and recognized, after so many years of reading faces in this office, a man who had come to terms with something. You have a number, Mr. Granger. Let's have them. They were still at Gringotts 2 hours later. They emerged blinking into the peachy sunlight of Diagon Alley with a new account key for Harry, a new guardianship instrument recognizing the Grangers as his legal magical custodians as of the morning of the 2nd of November, 1981, a frozen freeze on any further withdrawals from the Potter Trust Vault, and a signed, sealed Goblin affidavit to the effect that the account named Orphan Protection Maintenance would be audited, henceforth, in triplicate, by Griphook himself. Griphook, whose professional opinion of human administration had been low to start with, now had a mission. He will enjoy this, McGonagall said, drily, watching Griphook return to his office, quill already in hand. He will enjoy this very much. I imagine he will be a nuisance to the headmaster for years. Good, said Emma Granger, with tremendous feeling. Mrs. Granger, Professor. I am prepared to accept, for now, that your headmaster may not have intended to be the architect of the story we have just been told. I am prepared to accept that the monthly stipend may have been a well-meaning error. I am prepared to accept a great many things. What I am not prepared to accept, is the suggestion that he could have found him if he had tried. Mrs. Granger, he did try, did he, Professor? Mrs. Granger, I have been reachable by telephone, by post, by national insurance number, for 10 solid years. My husband is a registered dental surgeon. My daughter's birth is on public record. My son has been at 2 state primary schools. We have, between us, the least suspicious electoral register entry in Crawley. And you are telling me that the greatest wizard of the age could not find him. Mrs. Granger, Professor. It was not, I suspect, a magic problem. McGonagall, stiff as oak, inclined her head. It was perhaps, she said, very precisely, partly a magic problem, Mrs. Granger. But I take your point. Thank you, Professor. You are, McGonagall said, after a long pause, a very formidable woman, Mrs. Granger. I am a mother, Professor. I had not failed to notice. They bought robes. They bought books. They bought a cauldron, brass, pewter-lined, size 2, and a telescope, and a small scale, and a roll of parchment, and a little vial of silver ink. Hermione nearly bought the entire second-hand section at Flourish and Blots and was restrained by her father, who explained, with tremendous patience, that she would have occasion to come back. They bought an owl. The snowy owl, who had spent the morning sulking in a large enchanted cage at the counter of Elops, shook her great white head at the assistant who tried to hand her off, snapped her beak at Dan when he approached, allowed Hermione to scratch her chest for a full minute and then, with the air of a duchess agreeing, at last, to be served, climbed daintily up Harry's sleeve to his shoulder. She has chosen, the shop assistant said, very pleased. Yes, Harry said, dazedly. She has. Hedwig, Hermione said. Harry turned his head. What? Hedwig. Her name. It's Hedwig. Is it? Yes. How do you, she told you, Harry. Weren't you listening? She told, oh, she's lovely. The owl turned her enormous yellow eyes on Hermione, as if to say, thank you, dear. Your brother is a bit slow, isn't he? She swung her head back to Harry, pecked him, very fondly, on the ear, and settled, as if it were a matter long decided. Ollivanders was the last stop. Emma had been dreading it for reasons she could not articulate, something about the narrow, dusty shop front, something about the silence, something about the long thin boxes stacked to the ceiling, something about the little bowing figure of Mr. Ollivander himself, who rose out of the gloom of his counter as if from a sleep. Ah, he said, and his eyes were silver. Ah. The Potter boy. Granger Potter, Harry corrected, politely, before he could stop himself. Ollivander's silver eyes went to his mother. I see, he said. I see, Mr. Ollivander, McGonagall said, briskly, Harry requires a wand. So does his sister. Please. Sister, said Ollivander, very quietly. Not of the blood, I take it. Of the heart, said Emma Granger, very evenly. Ah. Ollivander smiled. It was not a reassuring smile, but it was a true one. Then that, Mrs. Granger, will be perfectly acceptable. Wands do not object to the heart. Hermione was fitted first. She produced, after 9 attempts, a wand of vine wood with a dragon heartstring core, 10 3/4 inches, slightly springy. It emitted, when she took it in her hand, a perfect, single, ringing note, like a tuning fork struck against crystal. Ollivander tilted his head. A scholar's wand, he said, thoughtfully. With a spine. Yes, said Hermione, pleased. Thank you. That's exactly right. Harry was trickier. Harry tried, over the course of the next 40 minutes, 19 wands, all of which rejected him with varying degrees of courtesy. A walnut wand shot a jet of ink at the ceiling. A cypress wand shattered a lampshade. A maple wand, which Ollivander had held out with some confidence, produced a small and dignified puff of smoke and dropped itself out of Harry's hand. Curious, said Ollivander. Curious, Hermione, Harry said, under his breath, I don't think they like me. They like you, Harry, Hermione said. They're testing you. They are not, they are. Children, said McGonagall. Sorry, Professor. Ollivander, at length, climbed a ladder to a high, dusty shelf, took down a thin black box, considered it, put it back, and took down, from the shelf beneath, a box of deep, weathered leather. I wonder, he murmured. He opened the box. The wand inside was pale, and handsome, and plainly very old. Ollivander lifted it out with the reverence of a man handling a bone. Holly, he said. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Nice and supple. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Potter Granger. I remember this wand. I also remember, he turned his strange silver eyes on Harry, its brother. Its brother? Hermione said, sharply. Only 2 wands, said Ollivander, very softly, have ever been made from the tail feathers of this particular phoenix. This wand, here in my hand. And another, which was bought, 35 years ago, by a young man who was already becoming the wizard whose name I will not trouble you with this morning. Harry said nothing. The phoenix, said Ollivander, gently, gave only 2 feathers. He held the wand out. Harry reached for it. The moment Harry's fingers closed on the handle, the shop, which had been quiet, dusty, faintly musty, filled with a sudden, gold, singing warmth, as if somebody had opened a very old window into a summer afternoon. A ripple of soft light washed from the tip of the wand along the counter, across the floorboards, and spilled, briefly and kindly, over Hermione's shoes, and over Emma's, and over Dan's. It did not, Hermione noticed, spill upon Mr. Ollivander's. Ha, said Ollivander, with a quiet satisfaction, and a quiet sadness, and the look of a man who had been holding his breath for a very long time. Yes. Yes. That is right. A very unusual wand, Mr. Potter Granger. A wand for a very unusual boy. Thank you, sir. Use it well. I'll try, sir. Ollivander looked down at the counter. He wrote out the receipt. He slid it across, softly. I expect great things of you, Mr. Potter Granger, he said. I rather think we all shall. Outside, in the peachy sunlight, they walked slowly back toward the leaky cauldron. Hermione was reading a book as she walked and had to be steered around lamp posts by her brother. Dan was carrying 4 bags. Emma, McGonagall, and Harry were walking in a line, and it was a mark of how profoundly the morning had worked on the Grangers that Emma Granger, the woman who had been, 7 years ago, ready to run a deputy headmistress over with her rover, was now exchanging courteous, almost confidential small talk with the same woman, in a side alley in which the sky was the wrong color. Professor. Mrs. Granger. When the headmaster comes to visit, as I am sure he will he be expecting to be received alone? I believe he will be expecting you to be persuadable, Mrs. Granger. And if I am not persuadable? Then I imagine, Mrs. Granger, that he will, as you so eloquently put it earlier, have some work to do. Emma nodded. I can make him tea. I will not apologize. I should not dream of asking you to, Mrs. Granger. A thin figure, at that moment, detached itself from the shadow of a book barrow across the alley and moved, in a flutter of black robes, toward the leaky cauldron, a man with greasy, shoulder-length black hair, and a hooked nose, and eyes so dark they seemed to absorb the peachy light. McGonagall stiffened. Emma noticed the stiffening at once. Professor? Nothing. Professor, one of my colleagues. He is. McGonagall did not finish the sentence. The man's eyes had gone first to Harry, and then, to her enormous private surprise, had slid away from Harry almost instantly, like a needle that had refused to touch a magnetic north, and had fixed instead on Hermione, with an expression that McGonagall could not, for a moment, parse. Professor? Emma said, again. Mrs. Granger. Perhaps we should, go in, but Severus Snape, who had been on an errand at an apothecary and had not expected to see what he had just seen, had already crossed the alley and was now standing before them. McGonagall, he said. Severus. The boy. Yes. He is, with his family, Severus. His custodial family. I see. Is there something? No, he looked down at Harry, then, for a long moment. His face, which Emma had already categorized as professionally unreadable, went briefly, catastrophically readable. She saw, as clearly as if she had been shown a photograph, that the man was staring at a boy with his mother's eyes, and that the moment was hurting him, and that he had not prepared himself to find the moment and the pain in a public alley in a peachy light in front of strangers. Snape recovered. He turned, slightly, toward Hermione. Miss Granger Potter, said Hermione, promptly and proudly. Miss Granger Potter. Yes, sir. Are you any good at potions? I don't know, sir. I haven't tried. But I've read the first 3 chapters of magical drafts and potions already. Snape inclined his head, minutely, and Emma saw something almost, but not quite, like a smile pull at the corner of his mouth. Chapters, Miss Granger Potter, are not potions. We shall see. He nodded, stiffly, at McGonagall. Minerva. His dark eyes flicked, once, to Harry. They did not quite land. Potter, he left. Hermione watched him go with tremendous thoughtfulness. Who was that, Mum? A teacher, darling. He didn't like Harry. Yes, darling. But he liked me. He liked your chapters. Oh, said Hermione, pleased. Well. That's something. Harry, quietly, was staring at the spot where the man had stood, and his hand had found his sister's without either of them really noticing. He knew her, Harry said, very softly. Who, darling? My mum. He knew my mum. Emma looked down at her son, and knelt, and put her hands on his shoulders, and said, with the quiet, furious fierceness that was the only fierceness she had ever allowed herself, then that is one more person you can ask, when you are ready. You are a Potter, Harry, and you are a Granger, and your real parents loved you very much, and the people who loved them are still in the world, and we will find them. You are not alone, do you hear me? Yes, Mum. You are not alone, love. I know, Mum. On the other side of the street, a blond, sharp-faced boy in expensive robes had paused at a shop window and was watching them over a thin, curled shoulder. His father, a taller blond man with a silver-headed cane, paused as well, registering the small family tableau on the pavement with the expressionless appraisal of a man cataloging assets. The boy tugged at his father's sleeve and whispered something, and the father bent his head and listened. "Potter," the father said, softly, as if he were tasting the word. He did not approach. He only, after a moment, turned, and led his son on, and out of the alley. Dan Granger had clocked them, though. Dan Granger, who had trained for 15 years to notice when a patient was not telling him the whole truth, and who had, since that morning, been compiling, behind his eyes, an unfussy private list of all the things in this world that were going to need to be watched, added the blond man and the pale boy with the sharp chin to his private list, and closed a hand, quietly, around the strap of the bag in which his son's new wand rested. They were home by 6. McGonagall declined, very politely, a second cup of tea, and went. Hermione unpacked her books onto the living room floor and had, within 40 minutes, read 2 chapters of a history of magic and was already arguing with it in pencil in the margins. Harry set Hedwig's cage on the landing windowsill where, he had decided, she would have the best view of the garden. He opened the cage door. Hedwig, who had tolerated the cage with visible disgust, stepped out, gave herself a shake, flew once around the landing, and landed on Harry's shoulder. "She is not going to live in the cage, is she?" said Dan, from the foot of the stairs. "No, Dad." "Right, then. We'll get her a perch." "We will." "Dad." "Yes, love. I'm all right." "I know, love. But I'm not all right, as well." "I know, love. That's the way it is, when it's all new. Give it time." "Dad, did he really know her? My mother?" Dan considered. He was, as he had always been, an honest man. "I think so, love. I think he did. Whether he was her friend or her enemy or her, something in between, I don't know. We'll find out." "Dad." "Yes. He looked at me like I was a mistake." Dan's hand tightened on the banister. When he spoke it was in the quiet, steady voice he had used to talk Harry down off the kitchen counter when he was 3. "Harry. You are not a mistake. You are one of the best things I have ever had in my life, full stop. Whatever that man's face was doing, whatever he was seeing, that was his problem. Not yours. All right, Dad. Come here." Harry came down. Dan Granger, who did not hug his son as often as either of them would have liked, because of the scar and because of the step and because of the shape of a boy who had been taught too young that touch could be dangerous, put his big, steady, dentist's arm around the boy and squeezed, once. "Right," Dan said. "Dinner. Your mother's making lasagna and she is, as of this morning, the second most formidable person on the island of Britain. Let's go help." Harry laughed. It was a small laugh, but it was a laugh. Hedwig, on his shoulder, clicked her beak approvingly, and they went downstairs. In his own quarters, in the dungeons of Hogwarts, Severus Snape poured himself a brandy he did not drink. He had been telling himself, for 11 years, a story about the shape of Lily Evans's son. The story had a face in it. He knew the face, the cocksure jaw of James Potter, the hair as untidy as his temper had been, the eyes, which were the one piece of the story Severus had grudgingly allowed the boy to inherit from his mother, because to deny him even that would have been to deny the mother as well, and Severus had never, even in the worst nights of his life, been able to do that. He had not prepared himself for a boy who stood as if he did not expect to be allowed to stand. He had not prepared himself for a boy who had flinched, microscopically, in a way only a man who had spent a childhood learning to read flinches would notice, when Severus's shadow had fallen on him in the alley. He had not prepared himself for the girl. The girl was what had broken him. The girl was a bright, sharp-voiced, small thing of no resemblance to Potter, who had held the boy's hand under the kitchen table of the Leaky Cauldron side yard as if that hand were the last solid object on earth, who had looked up at Severus with a polite, fearless, interested expression, and had announced, with her chin up, the small dignity of a borrowed surname. Granger Potter. The hyphen had done something to him. The hyphen was a thing nobody had done for Lily and James. The hyphen was the thing he had, in some private, sullen, adolescent chamber of his own heart, sometimes wished for, because Lily Evans had been one half of a person he had loved, and Potter had been the other half of a person he had hated, and the hyphen was, in its small graphic way, the honesty he had never been brave enough to write. And it was wrong, of course. It was wrong, and it was unfair, and it was a boy, not a philosophical problem, and the boy had not been raised, as he was supposed to have been, in the spoiled, hothouse comfort of the Dursley household that Dumbledore had promised would sour him into a manageable little Potter. The boy had been raised by muggles. Real muggles. Muggles who had, apparently, done something Severus had never once let himself imagine a muggle could do. They had raised the son of Lily Evans, and they had raised him kind. Severus Snape set down the brandy glass, laid his long hands flat on the desk, and tried to decide whether he was going to hate this for the next 7 years or whether he was, for the first time in a great long while, going to have to think about it. In the end he did not decide anything. He poured the brandy back into the decanter. He stood up. He walked to the window. And a long time later, when the moon was high over the towers, he said, aloud, to the glass, "Well, Lily." He lived. The window, as windows do, did not reply. At Hogwarts, much later that night, Professor McGonagall knocked, again, on the headmaster's door. "Come in, Minerva." She went in. Dumbledore was sitting, as she had left him, in his desk chair, the brandy still untouched. He had aged in some immeasurable way in the hours between, not older, precisely, but quieter, as if some small, bright filament that usually burned behind his eyes had been turned down. "Albus." "Minerva. There is a matter." "Please, sit." "Albus." "The Potter Trust." He closed his eyes. "I know," he said. "Did you know? Or did you, Minerva?" "Sit down." She sat down. "I set up a regular distribution," he said, at last, very quietly, to Mrs. Dursley, because I thought it would reconcile her to the idea of the boy. "I set up a smaller distribution to the house fund, because the wards had to be maintained somehow, and I did not trust the Dursleys to do it. Those were the only 2 distributions I was aware of. What did the goblin call it, the orphan protection maintenance, Albus. I did not know the last one was in my name, Minerva. But you know now. I do. Who else has access?" Dumbledore did not answer. "Albus." He was silent. "Albus, I will find out, Minerva. I will find out tonight, and by breakfast tomorrow I will know, and I will tell you who it is. I give you my word. And the money will be restored. In full. With interest. Minerva, in full, Albus, with interest, and an accounting. The boy's mother was my best student, and her trust has been mismanaged under my nose, and I did not even know, because my headmaster told me the boy was safe, and I believed him. I will not make that mistake twice." Dumbledore sat very still. "I deserve this, Minerva," he said, at last, almost inaudibly. "Yes, Albus, you do. I have been a fool." "You have been a headmaster," she snapped, "and headmasters do not have the luxury of being fools, not with other people's children. You knew he was alive, Albus. You told me so this morning. You knew. And you left him. I thought he was loved, Minerva." You did not check. A long silence. "No," said Albus Dumbledore, at last, very slowly. "No. I did not check." "Then get up, Albus. Tomorrow you will write to Mrs. Granger, and you will request, Albus, you will not require, a meeting at her kitchen table, at her convenience, and you will take with you a full, audited accounting of the trust, and you will apologize, in full, in front of her children. And you will do it without a word about your greater good. Do I make myself plain? You do, Minerva. Then good night. She stood. She turned at the door. She said, over her shoulder, without looking back, oh. One other thing. Yes, Minerva. The Weasley family is, as usual, on my list for the 1st of September. I intend to introduce the Weasleys to the Grangers at the platform. A good thought, Minerva. I thought so. I do not think Molly, on balance, will approve of any of this. But she is a mother, Albus. She will know one when she sees one. She closed the door behind her. Albus Dumbledore stayed, for a long time, at his desk. Fawkes, on his perch, watched him. The brandy, finally, was drained into a potted plant. He pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward him. He dipped his quill. He began, in a hand that had not been steady for many decades and was not quite steady now, to write a letter to Mrs. Emma Granger of 14, Fenhurst Road, Crawley, West Sussex, and he found, to his own surprise, that it was not nearly so easy as he had always imagined such a letter would be. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Eagle Tower. The letter from the headmaster arrived 3 days later by owl, and it was, in the unanimous opinion of the Granger household, a remarkably good letter. He apologizes, Hermione said, reading it over her toast on the second pass, 4 times, 4, said Emma. 4, Mum. And one of them is in italics. He is so sorry that he wrote it in italics. Look. Give it here. He also encloses a check. A check. A banker's draft, Mum, on a magical bank, in Hogwarts sterling, which is, he says, exchangeable on demand at the Gringotts London counter for a sum which the attached certified ledger shows to be the principal and accrued interest of the missing distributions between the years 1981 and 1991. And an audit. And the names of the 2 individuals who had proxy access to the Orphan Protection Maintenance account. Really? 2 names, Mum. Go on. Arabella Figg, Mum. A squib. That's a person born to magic parents without magic herself. And a man called Mundungus Fletcher, who he, the headmaster, describes as a petty thief of my acquaintance whose poor judgment I had not realized had extended to my correspondence. He regrets this enormously, Mum. A thief, a petty thief, Mum. Oh, well, that's all right then, Hermione. Dan, coming in behind her with the jam, snorted into his coffee. Harry, at the far end of the table, was reading the appended ledger. He was not laughing. Harry? Emma said. Mum, Harry said, how much has he sent us? Hermione craned over his shoulder. Her eyes traveled down the ledger, then up it, then down it once more. Oh, said Hermione. Yeah, said Harry. Mum, said Hermione. What? You are going to want to sit down. Emma did not sit down, because the kettle was at that point whistling, but she set her toast carefully on her plate, and said, Hermione Jean. I'm quite serious, Mum. Hermione, how much? Hermione told her. Dan, who had been stirring sugar into his coffee, stopped stirring. Right, said Dan, eventually. Right. Well. That will pay the mortgage off, then. Dan, we are not, Harry, that is Harry's money, that is your money, darling, Mum. Harry set the ledger down and looked up. Dad's going to fix the roof. Love, Mum. Dad's going to fix the roof. And we're going to put a new oven in. And we are going to send Granny to Spain for the winter, because Dad said last year that she's getting wheezy and it would help. And we are going to keep the rest of it in the trust, because Mr. Griphook said investments, and Hermione says investments, and so investments. But the roof, Mum. I would like to fix the roof. There was a silence. Emma said nothing for a long moment. Her eyes had gone suspiciously bright. All right, love, she said, at last. We will fix the roof. Thanks, Mum. And the oven. Thanks, Mum. And Granny, thanks, Mum. Dan quietly and privately, without saying a word about it, added Harry is going to be the reasonable one to his list of things he had not quite known about his son. The letter had also contained an invitation. It was a carefully worded, very courteous, almost apologetic request that Mrs. Emma Granger might, if she would very kindly consent, receive Professor Dumbledore for tea, at her convenience, at her own kitchen table, with her husband and her children present, so that he could apologize in person, and so that the Grangers might ask him any questions they had, and so that he might begin, as he put it, to earn the trust that has, through a combination of my own error and my own good intentions, failed to reach you so far. Next Sunday at 3, Emma said, writing her reply. I want Dan in the kitchen and I want Helena in the hallway. And I want the tape recorder on. Said Dan, gently, you cannot put a tape recorder on the headmaster of Hogwarts. Watch me. Dumbledore came. He arrived, at 3 on a Sunday afternoon, on foot, in a muted grey robe that looked, to Hermione's quite acid observation, like he thought he should try to look like a muggle and made it halfway. Emma received him at the door. She had made scones. The tape recorder, on Dan's advice, had been discreetly tucked behind the biscuit tin. He apologized. Formally, slowly, aloud, in front of all 4 Grangers, to Harry first, and then to Emma, and then to Dan, and then, at the end, somewhat to his own visible surprise, to Hermione. Me? Hermione said, sharply. Miss Granger Potter. Why me? Because, said Albus Dumbledore, looking down at her very kindly, I placed your brother in a household where he would have been very unhappy, and in doing so I denied you the brother you have ever since had. If you had had a less resourceful and a less loving mother, Miss Granger Potter, he would have grown up not knowing you, and you would have grown up not knowing him, and I should have been responsible, in part, for that. And so I apologize to you, too. Hermione, for the first time in weeks, had nothing to say. Oh, she said, at last, very quietly. Well, then. Thank you. Emma poured the tea. Emma asked, at the end of it, the only question that truly mattered to her. Professor Dumbledore. Mrs. Granger. Is anyone going to try to take Harry away from me? Dumbledore looked down into his cup. He considered the question for a long moment. There are, he said, at last, people in the wizarding world who will consider Harry a national asset, Mrs. Granger, because of what they believe he did to Lord Voldemort when he was a child. There are people who will expect him to be available to them for advice, for endorsement, for photographs, for ceremonies, for causes he may or may not wish to attach his name to. There are people who will feel that his parents' fame confers upon him a public duty. There are people who will want to dictate the shape of his life. Yes, Professor, but, nobody, said Dumbledore, very steadily, is going to take him from you, Mrs. Granger. Not while I am alive. Good. I give you my word. I have notes, Professor, for if that word proves unreliable. But I accept it for now. Dumbledore smiled, in a way that was perhaps a little tired and a little rueful. Mrs. Granger. I look forward to seeing you at the school. At the school. Parents are permitted to visit, at Christmas, in the small circle of families that request it. You may well be one of them, I think. I will be one of them, Professor. He stood. He bowed, very slightly, to each of them. He left, on foot, the same way he had come, with a wave for Harry and, at the gate, a final, thoughtful look back at Hermione, who was sitting on the low wall by the rose bush with her brother's arm around her and was still, quietly, processing the word denied. The 1st of September came in a dry, fine morning, and King's Cross Station, at 11:10, was, from the Granger family's point of view, a study in how ordinary a place could look while hiding something entirely impossible. Platform 9 3/4, Hermione said, consulting her ticket for the 9th time. Which is, between 9 and 10, said Dan, checking his watch. Obviously, Dad. Which is a wall? Which is a wall? Lovely. We run at it, apparently, Harry said. Pardon, love, said Emma. McGonagall's note, Mum. She said to run at the wall between platforms 9 and 10, with the trolley, at an angle. She said not to stop, because if you stop you will just hit the wall. She said the trick is not to think about it. Not to think about it. Those were her words, Mum. Emma set her mouth into a line that Dan, familiar with all of Emma's mouth lines, recognized as I will kill a deputy headmistress. Hermione goes first, she said. Mum. Hermione. My daughter. My magical daughter. Who has been running into walls with and without a trolley since she was 10 months old. You go first. Mum, that is not flattering, that is not the intent. Mum, Hermione went first. She took, with Dan, 2 steps, then 4, then, at Dan's murmured now, she dropped her shoulders and ran. The wall came up. Hermione did not stop. Dan, at the last moment, closed his eyes. When he opened them, the wall was behind them, and in front of them was a platform such as neither of them had ever seen, a scarlet steam train gleaming in the sun, a vast canopy of steam rising to the rafters, owls in cages, cats on shoulders, parents saying goodbye to children, older students laughing at jokes their younger siblings did not quite understand. Bugger me, said Dan Granger. Dad. Sorry, love. Harry and Emma came through a moment later. Emma's face had gone through 3 distinct colors in the space of 3 steps, and was settling on a cautious, slightly stunned pink. Right, she said. Mum. Look at it. I am looking, Hermione. Mum, I am admiring, Hermione. At the platform end, a small group of red-haired people stood around a second trolley. The mother, round and fierce-looking, was counting children, 6 of them, 4 boys and a small girl. At the back of the group, a thin red-haired boy of about 11 with a smudge of something on his nose was scuffing his shoe against the trolley and being lectured. Ron, mind the trolley, yes, Mum, and for heaven's sake, say hello to Professor McGonagall, she's coming over. Professor McGonagall was coming over. She threaded through the platform with her tartan cloak swirling around her, and she stopped, with great courtesy, in front of the Grangers. Mrs. Granger. Mr. Granger. Hermione, Harry. Professor. I would like, if I may, to introduce you to some friends of mine. The red-haired family turned. The round fierce mother took one look at the Grangers, took, in particular, one look at Harry, and then, being Molly Weasley, took in a sharp little breath, and then squared her shoulders, and advanced. Molly Weasley, she said, briskly, sticking out a flour-dusted hand. This is Arthur, Arthur, do come, this is Fred and George, who are not to start today, not so much as a single spark, do you hear me, boys, and this is Ron, who's starting his first year, and this is Ginny, who is not starting, and who is going to stop looking at your son in a minute. Ginny. Ginny Weasley had, in fact, stopped walking. She was gazing at Harry with the devout, quiet awe of a child who has just confirmed that a storybook character is real and has 2 elbows and a scar. Ginevra Molly Weasley, sorry, Mum. Yes, well, off you go. Arthur, go and help Ron with his trolley. Arthur Weasley, tall, balding, with an expression of enormous, delighted curiosity, had already not helped Ron with his trolley, because Arthur Weasley had become deeply interested in the ballpoint pen sticking out of Dan Granger's breast pocket. Is that one of the new, it's a biro, yes. Does it click? It does. May I, please? Arthur. Ballpoint pen, Molly, with a click mechanism. Arthur, will you put the man's pen back in his pocket before the train leaves? Hermione, at Harry's shoulder, was laughing. Harry, watching Arthur Weasley fumble with the biro with the delight of a lepidopterist finding a butterfly, was laughing too. Dan Granger, who who had 6 biros in his briefcase and was a man of great natural kindness, quietly handed the whole packet across. "Take it," he said. "I've got more." "Really?" Arthur Weasley looked as if he had been proposed to. Ron, for his part, took one look at Harry, one look at Hermione, and one look at the Grangers, and settled on Hermione, because Hermione was the closest in age. "You starting?" he said. "Yes," Hermione said. "I'm Ron." "I heard, yes." "You ever been, I mean, no," said Hermione, patient. "I have not. This is my first time." "Yeah. Me too. My brother said the trolley lady has these chocolate frogs, oh," said Hermione. "Really? With cards? In the books?" "Oh, you've read about, the two of them were off." Molly Weasley watched them go with a mother's narrow, grateful eye. "She's a good one," she said, to Emma, quietly. "She'll run rings around him," Emma said, equally quietly. "He could use rings run round him. So could my son." Molly's eye went, for a very long, considered moment, to Harry. "Yes," she said, at last. "I imagine he could." "You've done well, Emma Granger. You've done very well. Thank you, Molly Weasley. You'll come to the Burrow at Christmas, if you like. For an afternoon. I'll give you my flu address." "My what?" "Oh," said Molly, and squeezed Emma's elbow, and laughed, "Oh, my dear, we're going to have such fun." A whistle blew. Luggage was loaded. Children were hugged. Harry, who had been holding Hedwig's cage with 2 hands because he was still not sure he was allowed to own an owl, was hugged ferociously by Emma and less ferociously but more lengthily by Dan, and had his hair ruffled by his sister because she knew he hated it. "Off you go," Dan said, hoarsely. "Bye, Dad." "Right. Right," they got onto the train. Hermione led. The corridor was full. A bespectacled boy at the 3rd door was looking tearfully at the floor, and a tall older girl was asking him if he had seen a toad. "Sorry, Trevor's gone off again," she was saying. "Neville, it's all right. If anyone's seen him they'll bring him back." "Trevor?" Hermione said, immediately. "A toad. My brother and I will help." "Oh, thank you, that's very," Neville, the bespectacled boy, looked up for the first time. He had an anxious round face, dark hair, and a very kind expression. "Hi," he said, cautiously. "Hi," said Hermione. "I'm Hermione. This is Harry. We'll find your toad." You will." "We will, yes," said Harry, firmly. "Come on." They found Trevor, eventually, in the carriage after next, sitting quite placidly on the boot of a large red-haired boy called Charlie Weasley's trunk. Charlie, who was a 7th year by then and also a prefect, had lifted Trevor down with enormous good humor and had handed him to Harry with a grave "Take care of him, old man." They returned Trevor to Neville. "Come sit with us," Hermione said, and Neville, who had been dreading this train ride for 4 months, nearly tripped on the threshold in his eagerness. Ron Weasley, following them, slouched into the compartment last, which was a strategic mistake, because it meant that the only seat left for him was the one by the window, next to Hermione. He sat down. He scowled at the window. He scowled at Hermione. He scowled, briefly, at Harry. You're him," he said, to Harry, after a while. "I'm Harry, yes," Harry said, politely. Yes. Oh. Ron looked disappointed. "You don't look like, what does he look like, Ron?" Hermione said, sharply. "I don't mean, I just mean, there's books, there are books," Hermione's voice had climbed an octave. "About my brother? What sort of books?" "You know. Kids' books. There's one where he fights a dragon, and, he was one, Ron." "I know, but, where can I get them, Flourish and Blots?" "Wonderful," Hermione said, with the air of a woman who had just had 5 more items added to a shopping list. Harry, quietly, put his head in his hands. Neville, quietly, laughed. It was a surprised, startled little laugh, as if he had not known he could. Harry looked up, saw Neville laughing, and laughed too. Hermione, because she could not resist it, laughed. Ron, after a sulk of approximately 15 seconds, laughed. The trolley came. Harry bought the entire rack. Hermione was furious at him for approximately 30 seconds and then was won over by a chocolate frog whose card, she discovered, moved. Neville had 3 birdie bots and got a bogey 1 on the second. Ron had one of everything he had ever been too poor to have and was silent and pleased for a long time. "What house do you reckon you'll be in?" he asked Harry, eventually. "Ravenclaw," Harry said, without hesitation. "Ravenclaw, my sister's going there." Ron blinked. But you're a Potter, so." "Potters are Gryffindors, my sister's not a Gryffindor, Ron. She's a Granger." Harry put down his chocolate frog. He did not raise his voice. He did not even, really, change his expression. He just said, very evenly, "I am also a Granger, Ron." Ron, after a moment's pause, had the good sense to go red to the tips of his ears. "Sorry," Ron said. "Sorry, mate. I didn't mean, s'alright. My mum'd kill me. S'alright. Ravenclaw, though. Ravenclaw." Neville, timidly, said, I'd like to be in Hufflepuff. My gran wants me to be in Gryffindor. But I'd like to be in Hufflepuff." "Hufflepuffs are good," said Harry, mildly. "Hufflepuffs find lost toads." Neville beamed as if somebody had given him a medal. A little while later the compartment door slid open again. A tall, thin, pale boy of about 11, with slick-back blonde hair, stood in the doorway. He was flanked by 2 slower, stockier boys who looked rather as if they had been assembled out of the leftover meat. The pale boy's eyes fixed on Harry. "Is it true?" the pale boy said. "Sorry," said Harry. "Is it true?" "Harry Potter." "In this compartment, I'm Harry Potter Granger," Harry said, and the hyphen, as it had in the alley, did a small, neat, private thing in the air. The pale boy's nostrils flared. "Granger," he said, savoring it. "Yes." "And you are," the boy said, turning to Hermione. "Hermione Granger Potter," Hermione said. "The other hyphen." "I suppose so, yes." The pale boy tilted his head. He had the curious, glinting, almost amused look of a child who had been trained, carefully, to humiliate people and was about to try a new technique. "I'm Malfoy," he said. "Draco Malfoy. My father said your family is going to be of interest." "Your father," Hermione said, promptly, "is the tall blonde man in Diagon Alley with the silver cane." Draco Malfoy's smug smile did a very small, catastrophic wobble. "I saw him looking at us," Hermione said, cheerfully, "and I thought, he looks like his son will be difficult, and here you are." "How is your father, Draco?" Harry said nothing. Harry was watching with quiet, faint amusement, as if a bird he was fond of were eating a worm. Draco rallied. "You'll find, Granger Potter, that some wizarding families are better than others." "Oh, I'm sure they are," Hermione said, briskly. "Probably the ones that don't stand in shop windows looking at children." "I am trying to offer your brother my help." "Of what?" Of making the right friends." "Oh, goodness, thank you, no," Hermione said, serenely. "We're quite all right." But it was very thoughtful. "Close the door behind you, won't you?" Draco Malfoy, who had in his entire 11 years of life never been dismissed by anybody, went a dull red color, turned on his heel, and left. His bodyguards lumbered after him. The door, with enormous satisfaction, closed itself. "Hermione," Harry said, quietly. "Yes." "That was magnificent." "Thank you, darling." Don't call me darling. We're 11. Fine, darling. Ron Weasley, across the compartment, looked at Hermione with the changed, respectful expression of a boy who had just realized that the girl next to him was not, in fact, a swot but a terror. Your sister's going to run the castle by Christmas, he said to Harry, with a sort of pleased horror. Probably, Harry said. Bloody hell. Ronald, Hermione said, primly, language. The sorting was less terrifying than Hermione had prepared Harry for and less terrifying than Harry had prepared himself for. The great hall opened up before them, an impossible, star-strewn ceiling above, 4 long tables down the flagstones, a dais at the far end, and Harry, whose chief fear had been that he would fall over, discovered that he was fine, because Hermione's shoulder was at his shoulder and his shoulder was at Neville's, and a line of first years moved through the hall as a single trembling organism and stopped, as one, in front of a high stool on which sat a battered pointed hat. The hat opened a rip in its brim and sang. The song was long, rhyming, opinionated, and mentioned, in a quite pointed little verse, that the world was changing and the houses were going to have to find ways of speaking to one another again. McGonagall, at the top table, gave, perhaps, an invisible nod. The sorting began. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones went to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot went to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown went to Gryffindor. Millicent Bulstrode went to Slytherin. Justin Finch Fletchley went to Hufflepuff. Seamus Finnegan went to Gryffindor. Granger Potter, Hermione, a great, interested silence fell. There had, apparently, been debate in the staff room about whether to call her first as Granger Potter, Hermione, or as Granger, Hermione, or even, with a certain reaching ambition, as Potter, Hermione, and McGonagall, who had been given the casting vote, had written it onto the list herself, in her own hand, hyphen and all. Hermione went up. The hat went on. It thought, and then, very briskly indeed, it shouted Ravenclaw. And the Ravenclaw table erupted with a joyful, faintly scholastic roar, and Hermione, beaming, walked to her seat beside a blonde girl with radish earrings, who was, as it turned out, Luna Lovegood's cousin, and who had a Tales of Beedle the Bard open on her lap. Longbottom, Neville. Neville went up, trembling. The hat took a long time with him. It was a longer hat than it usually was for small boys. At the end of the wait, it shouted Gryffindor, and the Gryffindor table cheered, and Neville, to his own astonishment, almost fell off the stool with relief, and remembered, 3 steps later, to give the hat back. Malfoy, Draco, the hat barely touched his head. Slytherin. Potter, Granger, Harry, the great hall went still. Not shocked still. Not impressed still. The kind of still a room goes when a story it has been telling itself for 10 years finally walks in a body. Harry walked up. Harry sat. Harry put the hat on. The hat, from the inside, said, "Ah. Interesting. Interesting indeed. You are not what I had been led to expect, Mr. Potter." Granger Potter, Harry corrected, politely. "My apologies, Mr. Granger Potter." "I stand, if I can be said to stand," corrected. "There is great courage here. There is also great loyalty, to your sister, yes. And there is a very interesting mind indeed, for a child of 11. I'd like Ravenclaw, please." "So I see. My sister is there." "So I see. Please. Mr. Granger Potter. I do not often put boys in Ravenclaw on the basis of sibling affection. I will do so in your case, because I think it is where you will best be taught to think, and because I think it is where you will best be protected by a mind I now observe to be fond of you. But you will remember, won't you, that I considered you for other places. You have a Gryffindor's heart, Mr. Granger Potter, and you had better not forget it." "I won't, sir." "Very well. Ravenclaw." The roar from the Ravenclaw table was, by Ravenclaw standards, enormous. Hermione stood up. Harry, his heart a drum, walked across the hall to her. She did not hug him, she was Hermione, in public, and Hermione did not hug, but she took his hand under the table, very firmly, and she said, quietly, into his ear, "I knew you would." Harry sat down. For the first time in his life, he had the odd, warm, steady feeling of being in a place where his name had been expected, and where his answer had been accepted. Weasley, Ronald, Gryffindor. And then, rather more quickly, the feast. Their first term was not, in the end, ordinary. It began, in the quiet way such things begin, with a string of coincidences that did not resolve themselves. The corridor on the third floor, Dumbledore had announced at the feast, was forbidden, on pain of a most painful death. Hermione, who had a formidable talent for taking such announcements personally, spent 20 minutes in the common room immediately afterward drawing, from memory, a map of the floor plan of Hogwarts, which she had read, in the chapter of Hogwarts, a history on famous secret doors, and marking, with a determined scribble, the exact room on the third floor that had always, historically, been used for storing things you would prefer children did not find. Hermione, Harry said, watching her. Harry. We are not going to the third floor. We are absolutely not going to the third floor, Harry. Hermione, we are going to know why the third floor. That is not the same thing. It is functionally the same thing. It is not, Harry. When you are ready to be older than 11, please let me know. Harry closed his book and sighed. Fine. What's on the third floor? That is the question. It was also the question that Quirrell, the new defense against the dark arts professor, a twitchy stammering wizard in a purple turban who smelled, unaccountably, of garlic, was asking. Hermione had noticed it in the first week. Hermione had seen him, on the third Wednesday of term, coming out of a teacher's lavatory on the second floor with the expression of a man who had, behind a locked door, been in an argument with someone other than himself. He has two voices, Harry. Hermione. I heard them. Hermione, Harry, Hermione. And so the puzzle of Quirrell joined the puzzle of the third floor. And the puzzle of the third floor joined the puzzle of the Gringotts break-in that had happened, very quietly, on the morning of the 20th of September, the day after Harry's and Hermione's trip to Diagon Alley, a break-in into an emptied vault that had belonged to nobody in particular and yet which had been attempted. Harry noticed reading the Daily Prophet, on the very same day the vault had been emptied. And that joined the puzzle of why Snape, at the Halloween feast, had a limp. They did not, in the end, even go to the third floor first. Neville did. Neville found it by accident, with Trevor, 1 week before Halloween. Trevor, it turned out, had a thing for Cerberus. There is a dog, Harry, Neville whispered, at breakfast the next morning, his face still grey. It is the size of a pony, it has 3 heads, Neville, quiet. And it is standing on a trapdoor, and Trevor is asleep next to one of its ears, and I had to, oh my God, I had to crawl past it to get him back. Neville, Harry said, urgently, not another word, please, until we find Hermione. Hermione, when found, took one look at Neville, said right, and swept them into the library, where she ignored the librarian's disapproving stare and pulled down 4 different books on magical beasts, and where, 20 minutes later, with the careful satisfaction of a woman whose worst suspicions were being confirmed, she said, Fluffy. Fluffy, said Neville. Fluffy, said Hermione. It's a breeder name. Cerberus. Hagrid keeps one. Hagrid? Hagrid has one. Or had one. I read in Monstrous Animals Through the Ages that Hagrid took a breeding pair off a Greek wizard at a pub in 1985 and tried to raise them himself. One is now at Hogwarts and is evidently guarding a trapdoor, Neville. And by the way, Harry, our sweet friend Neville has just stumbled into a working secret. What is the point, Harry, of a guard dog over a trapdoor, to guard what is through the trapdoor? Precisely, Harry, Hermione. What? We are not going through the trapdoor. We are not going through the trapdoor, Harry. We are going to find out what is under it. Neville, his hands clasped tightly around his teacup, asked, in a small voice, do you always talk to each other like this? Yes, said Harry and Hermione, at the same time. Oh, said Neville, and was quiet. Halloween at Hogwarts involved a troll. The troll, it transpired, had been let into the castle on purpose. This was Hermione's theory, and Hermione's theory was right. It was let in to distract the staff, and the staff, to their enormous credit, were distracted. Harry and Hermione were in the Ravenclaw common room at the time, for which small Mercy Emma Granger would later say a grateful prayer every Halloween, and they heard about the troll only after it had been lured back into the dungeons, unconscious, by a furious Minerva McGonagall and a grimly silent Severus Snape. It was not the troll that interested them. What interested them was Snape's limp. Snape had been walking, all week, with the stiff small limp of a man who was not talking about it. On the night of the troll, over the soup, Hermione had kicked Harry under the table, and jerked her chin, and Harry had looked up and understood. The dog, Harry. He's been past the dog. Multiple times, Harry. This week. Hermione. What, you think Snape's going after whatever's under the trapdoor? I think somebody is, Harry. I'm not sure it's Snape. Quirrell, then. Quirrell, Harry. But, Harry. The break-in at Gringotts. The vault that was emptied. Hagrid was at Gringotts that morning. Mum said he collected the last of the Potter's old things, and he was also at Gringotts the same morning to pick up a very small parcel, from an unnamed vault 713, and he carried it up to Dumbledore's office in the afternoon. I saw him. He had it in his coat pocket. He was muttering about it. Hermione, how do you know all this? I pay attention, Harry. Harry looked at his soup. What's in the parcel? I don't know. Yet. And Snape? Trying to stop Quirrell? Or trying to help him? I haven't decided. Harry considered, thoughtfully, the far end of the staff table, where a man in a turban sat next to a man in black, and where, he noticed, the man in black was staring at the man in the turban with the furious, wounded concentration of a man who was, very publicly, not talking about his limp. Hermione. Yes. We will talk to Hagrid tomorrow. We will. Very politely. Extremely politely, Harry. About rock cakes, Hermione. About everything, Harry. They went to Hagrid's the next afternoon, bearing, as Harry had insisted, a packet of digestives from Honey Dukes which Hermione had somehow talked a third year into buying during a Hogsmeade weekend. They found Hagrid in his doorway holding an enormous kettle in one hand and an even more enormous smile in the other. Well, if it ain't, oh, Harry, Hagrid, without warning, put the kettle down. He took a step forward. He looked down at Harry from a very great height, and his small beetle-black eyes went suddenly, enormously, embarrassingly bright. Harry, he said, again, quite thickly. I did not get a chance to say hello proper, at the feast, we're across the hall, and oh, look at I knew your mother, I did, and blimey, sorry, come in, both of Harry, Hermione murmured, offer him the biscuits. Harry offered him the biscuits. Hagrid dabbed at his enormous face with a tablecloth, put the biscuits down with almost religious care, and, over 3 successive cups of tea, told them the story of a motorbike, and a ruined village, and a night in November in 1981 on which he had carried a baby up the M25 in a sidecar. He told it badly. He told it with long silences, in which he drank his tea and stared at the fire. He told it with enormous, aching kindness. Harry listened. Hermione listened. When Hagrid was done, Harry, who had in general, throughout his life, been cautious about physical gestures, stood up, and walked round the table, and put his small, steady hand on Hagrid's enormous, shaking shoulder, and said, very quietly, "Thank you for carrying me, Hagrid." Hagrid cried in a way that made the cottage's one lamp shudder. Hermione, who had been composing a list of questions in her head, tucked the list away for another day. They did, eventually, bring the subject around to the dog. Hagrid admitted, after a great deal of tea, that he had named the thing Fluffy. Hagrid admitted, after another biscuit, that he had bought it from a Greek chap down the leaky cauldron one Tuesday. Hagrid admitted, with terrific guilt, that he had loaned it to a friend of the headmaster's to guard a very important object. Hagrid did not admit what the object was. He refused, in fact, to admit even that there was an object. He said, several times, and at increasing volume, "I shouldn't have said that." And when, on the fourth mention of the matter, Hermione asked, very gently, whether the object might happen to be something to do with a certain flask of something alchemical, Hagrid looked at her as if she had put out a cigarette in his shepherd's pie. "Yeah, we'll not say that name," Hagrid whispered, sternly. "Which name, Hagrid?" The one what I did not say." "Oh," Hermione said, with enormous, mild interest. "I did not know I had said a name." "You didn't. That's why it worked." "Oh. Don't be clever, Miss Hermione." "Never, Hagrid." They left, eventually, with half a dozen rock cakes each, for the road. Hagrid had beamed, and a great quantity of new information which Hermione, as soon as they were out of earshot, began to process at a rate Harry had learned was best not to interrupt. "Flammel," she said, by the time they had reached the greenhouses. "It's got to be. There are only 3 flasks of it in the world. I've read about it. In Great Wizards of the 20th Century, Flammel. Nicholas Flamel, Harry. The Philosopher's Stone. I could throttle Hagrid. He's very dear, but I could throttle him." Hermione. "Yes, is it true? The stone? Really, it is, as far as anyone can tell. 600 years old. Still alive. So if the stone is in this castle, somebody wants it, yes. Quirrell. Probably. For himself. Harry. Not for himself. Think about it, Harry. Yes. They walked in silence for a little while. Hermione. "Yes. We need to tell Dumbledore. We should, in theory." "In theory, Hermione?" "Harry. If I am right, if this is all real, then Dumbledore knows there is a stone here. He put it here. He put a 3-headed dog over a trapdoor. He let Hagrid, who cannot keep a secret, know. He has set this up. He is expecting somebody to try for it. He has not stopped it. Why not?" Hermione shook her head. "I don't know yet. I want to know." "You don't trust him." "I trust him with your life, Harry, up to a point. I do not trust him to tell me everything. He apologized in our kitchen. That doesn't make him honest." Harry, who had been thinking about this for weeks, said, quietly, "Mum wouldn't trust him." "Mum wouldn't, Harry." "Then we watch." "We watch." They did. Through November they watched. Through December they watched. Through the Christmas holidays, spent gloriously at home, with roast beef and a Christmas tree that had, for the first time in Granger history, a line of faintly glowing paper stars Hermione had insisted on because she had read about them in a book and because she had, after some experimentation, discovered she could make them. They wrote, daily, in the notebook. Hermione sent 3 owls to Hedwig, who despite her apparently fixed preference for sulking on top of the kitchen cabinets flew happily back and forth on request. Harry, for the first time in his 11 years, spent the Christmas fortnight not at the sort of quiet half-distance from joy that had always been his custom, but in the thick of his family, between a sister who was showing their father how to make a bookshelf stand up on its own legs, and a mother who, when the Boxing Day visitors had gone home, sat with him on the sofa and said, quite lightly, "So, Ravenclaw," and let him talk for an hour and a half about what he had learned. On the last evening of the holiday, Molly Weasley came to tea. She came by Floo, through the newly cleaned chimney, and stepped out looking mildly astonished to find that Muggles had sofas, and spent 2.5 hours telling Emma, over a plate of mince pies, every last thing she knew about what a magical child's first year at Hogwarts could go wrong and how to notice. Bedwetting, Mrs. Weasley, especially bedwetting, Mrs. Granger. Noted. You keep an eye on them, Mrs. Granger. I do. I know, said Molly. I saw the keeping of your eye at the platform. That's why I came. You are going to be a perfectly terrifying mother of a teenage witch, Mrs. Granger. I count on it, Mrs. Weasley. They returned to school on the 2nd of January. Harry and Hermione did not go through the trapdoor that term. They did, at length, write it all down. Hermione had a notebook, with the word observations written on the front in capitals, and in the notebook she had, by the time term ended, a list of 19 facts and 5 plausible theories and an enormous diagram of the third-floor corridor which was, frankly, better than the one the castle's own library possessed. They had, also, become friends with Neville Longbottom, who had discovered over the course of the first term that there were 2 first-years who considered him neither stupid nor clumsy and who, moreover, found him interesting. Hermione had loaned him her own A Beginner's Guide to Herbology and marked the useful pages. Harry had taught him to say no to Draco Malfoy in a calm, clear voice, a skill Neville had never, in his 11 years, imagined he would acquire. And they had, by the end of the term, developed the quiet, unshakable friendship with Ron Weasley that in another story might never have come at all. Ron, as it turned out, was loyal. Ron, as it turned out, was angry at the same people Harry and Hermione were angry at, for slightly different reasons. Ron had grown up with Gryffindor as his house and Quidditch as his religion and Potter as a name he was supposed to revere, and had had to revise, over the course of 3 months, his ideas about all 3. He did not always do it gracefully. He sometimes did it, in the Great Hall, with his mouth full. But he did it. And at the end of November, when Draco Malfoy had made a particularly vile remark to Hermione in a corridor, it was Ron who had closed the distance, and had raised a finger to Malfoy's chin, and said, very quietly, Ron who could not, in most weeks, even lower his voice, that if any of them ever spoke to his friend like that again, they would lose teeth. Your friend, Hermione had said, afterward, dryly. Our friend, Ron had corrected, blushing. In the Ravenclaw common room, by the end of November, there was a very small, quite select, quite comfortable table at which one could find, on most evenings, a Potter Granger, a Granger Potter, a Longbottom, and, when he could be snuck in, a Weasley, and where a determined notebook with the word observations on the front grew, page by careful page, towards a question none of its authors yet had the courage to answer out loud. Up at the staff table, Quirrell's stammer worsened. Snape's limp improved. Dumbledore, over his porridge, occasionally looked down the hall toward the Ravenclaw table and watched, with what an onlooker might have taken for amusement and what Minerva McGonagall, who sat next to him, knew to be the deeply guilty relief of a man watching a child he had almost ruined thrive despite him. They're going to solve it before we do, Albus. Yes, Minerva. I rather think they are. Shall we let them? Shall we, help, Albus? Dumbledore looked at her. Only, McGonagall said, quite primly, if they ask. Which they will. Yes, Minerva. I rather imagine they will. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, Through the Trapdoor. The thing Harry would always remember about the night they went through the trapdoor was not the dog, or the fire, or the chessboard, or the face at the end. It was the small, ridiculous fact that Hermione had packed a sandwich. A sandwich, Hermione? 2 sandwiches, Harry. 1 for each of us. We are about to save a magical artifact of significant historical interest. Yes, Harry. But one of the things I have learned from Mum is that you do not make decisions on an empty stomach. And neither do you. Hermione. We have had dinner. 3 hours ago. We have had a pudding. We might be out for some time. Oh, that is reassuring, Hermione. Shush. Wand, please. I have my wand. Cloak, please. Harry passed her the cloak. It had arrived, that Christmas, by Owl, on the morning of the 25th, carried in a long flat parcel addressed to him in a loopy, unfamiliar hand and labeled, in the corner, simply H, your father, then. Take him back. A friend. Harry had read the note 4 times. He had shown it to Emma. Emma had held the cloak in her hands for a long moment, looked at the lettering, looked at Harry, looked at Hermione, and said, very quietly, "Somebody in that school who knew your father is on our side. Keep the cloak. Keep the note. Do not tell anybody which drawer it is in." Harry had not told anybody which drawer it was in. It was now, 6 months later, draped neatly over Hermione's arm. "Right," Hermione said. "Ready?" "Yes." "Nervous?" "Very." "Good. Let's go." They had chosen the first Wednesday after the Easter holidays, because it was the Wednesday after Hermione and Harry had, on the previous Monday, watched Professor Quirrell, very deliberately, walk into the second-floor teacher's lavatory with Professor Snape behind him, and had watched the lavatory door slam, and had heard through it the voice of Severus Snape saying, very evenly, "I will give you one more chance, Quirinus." 1. They had also chosen that particular Wednesday because, on that day, Dumbledore had been called away from the school by a letter from the ministry, which Harry had seen arrive at breakfast on Hedwig's wingtip, Harry's own owl carrying the summons, a small detail that later turned out to matter. Hermione had said, "Tonight, Harry." Harry had said, "Yes." They had fetched Neville. It had been Neville's idea that he should come. It had, in fact, been Neville's absolute insistence. Neville had been sitting with them in the library on Tuesday evening, at their quiet corner table, and had been watching Hermione cross items off a list, and had, with perfect calm, put his hand on the parchment and said, "I am coming." "Neville, no, Hermione. I am coming." "Neville, we are not going to let you, Hermione. If you lose track of where you are, or where the stairs are, or what to do next, I will be the boy who can go back and fetch help. I know the gamekeeper. I know the matron. I know Professor Sprout. Professor Sprout likes me. I can explain anything. And," he swallowed, hard, "and also I have met Fluffy before." Hermione had looked at Harry. Harry had looked at Hermione. "Neville," Hermione had said, at last, gently, "thank you." They had fetched Ron, too. It had not been easy. Ron had said he would get in trouble. Ron had said his mother would kill him. Ron had said this was a Ravenclaw problem and he was not Ravenclaw. Ron had then, 5 minutes later, caught up with them at the top of the marble staircase, red-faced, his trainers on the wrong feet, and had said, "I said I was getting an early night, will that do?" "That will do, Ron." "I hate you, Hermione." "I know, Ron. You owe me a chocolate frog." 2. They went under the cloak, all 4 of them, shoulder to shoulder, which was a tight squeeze even for 11-year-olds, and which smelled, after 3 flights of stairs, enormously of Ron's feet. The corridor on the 3rd floor was dark, and warm, and a little damp, as if somebody had been using it. The locked door at the end of the corridor was already unlocked. Hermione paused in front of it and swore, very softly, for the first time in her life. "Damn, Hermione, he's ahead of us, Harry. Somebody is. The door's been opened. Which means Fluffy is asleep." How, music. Cerberus. Classical reference. They sing them down. Listen. They listened. From behind the door came, very faintly, the sound of a harp. "A harp," Ron said, with great loathing. "He brought a harp or it's playing on its own, Ron." "That's worse, Hermione." They pushed the door. It gave. The room inside was large and round, and under the single torch in a bracket on the wall they could see Fluffy, 3 heads, 6 paws, a drool-slick floor, asleep, each head slightly twitching, a harp hovering in a corner of the room with a single mournful string playing itself on an endless, tender loop. The trapdoor was open. "Oh," said Neville. "Right," said Hermione. "In there," said Ron. "In there." "Oh, bollocks," said Ron. Hermione, he's gone in first, I know, Ron. So are we. Hermione jumped first. It was a small, dignified jump, entirely in keeping with the fact that Hermione Jean Granger Potter, aged 11, had never before jumped into a hole she could not see the bottom of. Harry went second. Ron, after a "you have to be kidding me" to Neville, went third. Neville, whose trembling was visible even in the torchlight, took the deepest breath of his young life, closed his eyes, gripped the sandwich that Hermione had, for reasons of her own, made him carry, and jumped forth. They landed on a mass of soft, wet, twining green. "Oh, thank God," Hermione said, relieved. "Devil's snare. I thought it might be." "You thought it. Don't struggle, Neville, don't struggle Ron." "Harry, nobody move," Hermione, Ron said, as a tendril attempted, intimately, to enter his ear. "Devil's snare hates light, Ron, stop moving," she drew her wand. She cast a light spell. She cast it steadily. She cast it, with the precision of a woman who had read the entry on Devil's Snare in every single book on magical plants in the Hogwarts library for the last 4 months in case this exact situation arose, and the plant retreated around them so fast that Ron, caught on the inside of his own shirt, fell, with a thump, through a soft floor of green into the room beyond. They collected themselves. The room beyond was a corridor. The corridor ended in a door. The door opened on a vast stone chamber full of the sound of 100, no, 1,000, winged keys flying around its ceiling, and 3 broomsticks lined up below. Harry groaned. "Please tell me we have to catch one." "We have to catch one," Hermione said. "Oh, for the one with the broken wing, Harry." "Right. You are the best flyer in our year, Harry." "Hermione, Neville says so." "Hermione, Neville has watched you. On a broom. In flying class. He says you don't hesitate." Neville, going a little pink, nodded, several times, very rapidly. Harry took the broom. He flew. The key was sharp, and spiteful, and cut his ear before he pinned it to the wall with the tip of his wand in a particularly rude word he had learned from Fred Weasley at Christmas. He fit the key. The next door opened. The next door was a chessboard. "Oh no," Ron said, flatly. "Oh yes," Hermione said. "Oh no, oh yes, Ronald." Hermione. "Ron, it is your turn." "Hermione, Ron, you are the best player in our year. Tell us where to stand." Ron stood, for a moment, in the doorway of the chessboard room. The pieces, enormous, stone, already set in opening position, turned, as one, to face them, with the slow, respectful motion of a row of knights greeting a new king. Ron looked at them. Ron looked at Hermione. Ron looked at the absent space, across the board, where the opposing queen stood polished and patient, and where, further down, a stone bishop held up a stone book. "Harry," said Ron, quietly, "you're the bishop. Hermione, you're the castle. Neville, you're the pawn on the queen's side. And I'm going to ride that horse." He did. He rode the horse. He played, as his mother, who had raised 6 chess-mad boys, would later say, in tears, in her kitchen, in the summer of 1992, the game of his young life. He played, and he laughed, and he swore, and he was, for 45 minutes, no longer a gangly red-haired 11-year-old second son of a family of 7 whose socks did not match, but a general in a stone field. At the end of the game, he sacrificed himself. It was the only way across the board. He had seen it 5 moves earlier. He had given Harry his friendliest grin, and he had told Hermione, over the top of her stone castle, "Tell Mum I am sorry about the jumper." And the opposing stone queen had come across the board, and had lifted her sword, and had struck Ron's stone horse beneath him with a crack that echoed off the ceiling, and Ron had fallen, hard, and not got up. "Ron," Hermione had shouted. "He's all right, he's breathing, come on, come on, come on." They left Ron with Neville. Neville, who had all Ron's and his own sandwiches in a knapsack, would stay with him, and send, Hermione had explained, furiously, as they ran, a charm that Professor Flitwick had taught them in week 9, a charm that shot a small cluster of silver sparks up through any ceiling it faced, so that if the sparks were seen by the first teacher who came back, and somebody, Hermione was absolutely sure, would come back, because somebody had already noticed them missing, then the teacher would come down and help. And Neville, yes, Hermione. If we don't come back in any time, at all, I understand, Hermione. Neville, run. Leave Ron. Run. I understand, Hermione. Then they went through the next door. It was a small room. In the middle of it, on a plinth, stood a shelf of 7 bottles and a piece of parchment that was a logic puzzle. Hermione actually laughed when she saw it. Oh, Harry. Oh, Harry, look at this is a Snape room. This is a Severus Snape room. He has set this, Harry. I know his handwriting. How? From the notes on my potions essay, Harry, how do you think? She read. Harry, who had always had a faintly allergic relationship with logic puzzles, did not try. He watched his sister think. She thought very quickly. Within a little over 4 minutes she had, with the untrembling confidence of a woman who had always known that logic was going to save her life one day, lifted 2 bottles from the shelf, a small, round one and a tall, slim one. This one, she said, lifting the small round one, will take a single person back through the purple flame in the door we came in by. This one, she lifted the tall slim one, will take a single person forward through the black flame in the door across the room. Harry. Listen to me. I'm listening. I am going back. I am going back to Ron and Neville. I am going to get out. I am going to find a teacher. I am going to bring a teacher down here as fast as I can. You, Harry, are going to go forward. Alone. Hermione, Harry, we are out of time. There is not enough for 2. I have thought about this. It is a logic puzzle and the answer to it is what it is, and the answer is I go back and you go forward. I am not going in there without you, Harry. Hermione, I will not, Harry. She took his face in both of her hands. She was crying. She was not noticing she was crying. She had, in her entire 11 years, never, not once, asked her brother to do something she was genuinely afraid he would not come back from. She asked him now. You are the best and the bravest of us. You are better on your feet than any wizard I know. I will have a teacher down here in 20 minutes. I swear to you. You just have to hold, Harry. Whatever it is in that room, you hold. Hold until I come. Please. Please, he looked at her. He took both her hands, and kissed them, once each, on the knuckle, the way Dan Granger had always kissed Emma's, to which neither of them had ever formally admitted even noticing, and he said, very simply, the only thing there was to say. Go. She went. The room beyond was long, and cold, and dim, and its only furniture was a tall, freestanding mirror. He had been warned about the mirror. He had been warned about it by a portrait in the Ravenclaw Tower, which had, in an idle moment in March, spoken to Hermione about a mirror it had heard was in the castle, a mirror that showed you what you most wanted and had been, many years ago, moved from the gallery and put into the disused classroom on the 3rd floor where the old armor lived. Harry had memorized, without much thinking about it at the time, what Hermione had told him. Don't look at your reflection too long, Harry. People get stuck. In front of the mirror, his back to Harry, in a purple turban, was Professor Quirrell. Ah, said Quirrell, without turning. I wondered which of you it would be. Professor Quirrell. Potter, Harry did not correct him. You have come to stop me, have you? I have come to slow you, sir. Quirrell laughed. It was a thin laugh, a laugh that had 2 throats in it, a laugh that had been made by a small, frightened man who had, in his terror, leased his mouth to somebody worse. You have come, boy, to die. But it is good. I am tired of waiting. Harry moved, very quietly, 3 steps further into the room, and to one side, so that he could see the mirror at an angle without having to stand in front of it. He had decided, on the way down, that he would not look into the mirror. He had decided, halfway through the chessboard, that the way not to look into the mirror was to look at its frame. The frame had, carved into the lintel, a line of letters reversed. Hermione had told him this too. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." Harry had read it on the train that morning. Harry had spent his breakfast wondering whether he had a heart's desire at all. He knew now that he did. The heart's desire was that Hermione would come back down those steps with a teacher, and would find him alive. "Your headmaster," Quirrell was saying, musingly, in his strange high doubled voice, "hid the stone. He hid it here, in this mirror. He thought it would be safe because he, Dumbledore, could not himself extract it without looking into the mirror and seeing himself with it, and he, Dumbledore, is clever enough to know that a man who wishes to use the stone cannot have it. A lovely riddle. A lovely, lovely riddle. But a riddle I shall crack, Potter, given the right leverage. And you, boy, are my leverage. Look into the mirror." Harry did not look into the mirror. Harry drew his wand. "Ah," said Quirrell. "Spirit. How like your father." "My father is at home, sir." Quirrell laughed again. "How very mortal of you, Potter." "Very well," he raised his own wand. Harry felt the incarcerus before he saw it, ropes, writhing out of the air, coiled around his chest and his arms and his knees. He was pulled off his feet, twisted, and set down, gently, as if by a delicate hand, directly in front of the mirror. The mirror showed him, at first, his own face. Small. Dark hair. Scar. A tiny cut on his ear from the key. His eyes, green, looked frightened. Harry made himself look at his eyes rather than at whatever was forming in the background, and fixed his mind on Hermione, and on how many steps it was back up to the teacher's lavatory, and on whether the chessmen would bow to let her past. The mirror flickered. In the mirror, quite gently, the reflection winked at him. The reflection raised its own hand, Harry had not raised his, and in the reflection's hand was a small, heavy, blood-red stone, round as a pebble, and the reflection, slowly, easily, placed the stone into the reflection's trouser pocket. In Harry's own trouser pocket, a very real, very heavy weight appeared. Harry did not react. "Well?" Quirrell hissed, from behind him. "What do you see?" Harry said, very steadily. "I see myself, sir, graduating Hogwarts. I see my sister. I see my parents." "Lies," Quirrell spat. "Lies, boy, let me see him," said a colder voice, from nowhere Harry could place. Quirrell flinched, all over. His turban, Harry saw, in a single, almost deliberately casual glance, because Harry was now too frightened to do anything other than observe, moved on its own, of its own accord, without his touching it. Without his hand near it. "Master, let me see him," Quirrell, with shaking hands, unwound the turban. On the back of Quirrell's head, in the place where a man keeps the nape of his neck, there was a face. Harry had, in his life, seen unpleasant things. He had seen his grandmother's corpse, laid out in his front room when he was 7. He had seen a dog hit by a van. He had seen Uncle Vernon's face, once, at 3, in a photograph Emma had kept in a file marked legal, and had, at 3, asked his mother what was wrong with that man, and Emma had taken the photograph away and had not answered. He had seen, in his dreams, dark and half-remembered things that were, he had guessed, fragments of a night that he had only survived by forgetting. He had not seen this. The face on the back of Quirrell's head was the face of a man who had been trying, for 10 years, to remember what a face was supposed to look like. It was flat, it was white, it had slit nostrils and red eyes and a mouth that had not yet learned to close over what remained of its teeth. It looked at him. "Harry Potter," the face said, softly, tenderly, almost like a lover. "See what I have become. See what I have been reduced to. Only to rise again, Harry. Help me rise. Help me rise, and I will bring your parents back to you." Harry heard himself laugh. It was the wrong reaction. It was not a laugh he had intended to issue. It was the short, sharp laugh of a boy who had, over the last 6 months, gone from being a frightened child to being a boy who had a sister whose hand he had held under a kitchen table, and whose mother had turned up at Diagon Alley with a list of complaints, and whose father had looked a pale blonde aristocrat in the eye on a pavement and said nothing and remembered his face, a boy who had, whatever else was true about him, something he had never had before, which was people to go back to. "My parents," Harry said, "are at home." "Foolish child, my parents," Harry said, "are waiting for me in Crawley. And I am going home to them. And you, whoever you are, whatever you were, are going to leave me alone." He said it to the face. He said it without thinking. And in his pocket, the stone, which he had forgotten about, began, very faintly, to grow warm. Quirrell. "Seize him!" Quirrell moved. Harry did not know what he did next. He would never, afterwards, quite be able to reconstruct it. He would always know only 2 things, which was that in the moment the ropes loosened, and they did loosen, because some mercy, some accident, some quality of the mirror's enchantment, let them. He went for Quirrell's hands with his own, and he knew that when his fingers, the fingers of an 11-year-old boy, closed on the fingers of the possessed defense professor, the possessed defense professor screamed, and the scream was not Quirrell's scream, it was the other one's. Quirrell's hands, where Harry's small hands gripped them, had begun to blister. "What are you doing, boy?" Harry did not know. Harry was going on instinct. Harry was remembering, without knowing he was remembering, a night on a doorstep in November, and a woman's voice in the rain saying, "Oh, you poor little thing," and a pair of hands, her hands, lifting him up out of the wet, and a warmth coming through the blankets, the first love, the one his body had remembered all this time even though his mind had not. It was his mother, the one in the rain, and it was his mother, the one in Godric's Hollow, and at some point the 2 of them had become one mother, in the quiet, secret place where the scar lived, and when Harry Potter Granger, aged 11, gripped the hands of a dark wizard who had come for him, what came up out of his hands and met the darkness was not a spell he had learned at school. It was a ring of warmth as old as his life. Quirrell burned. Harry held on. He held on for what felt like a very long time. He was dimly aware, after a while, of Quirrell falling, of the heat leaving Quirrell's fingers and traveling, like a cord, back into the center of his chest, of the face on the back of Quirrell's head shrieking, with a thin, dreadful sound, and detaching itself, in a long, vile, black streamer, and flowing, not falling, out through the gap beneath the door. He was aware that Quirrell, on the stone floor, was not moving. He was aware, dimly, that his own hands were shaking, and that his forehead was bleeding. He was aware, for a long, blurred time, of the mirror. And then, at last, he was aware of Hermione's voice. "Harry, Harry, Harry," she had come in through the black flame. She had come in with a teacher at her shoulder. He could see, though his vision was blurry, the shape of Severus Snape's robes behind her, and she had come in at a run, not a walk, not even her sensible Hermione there-is-time walk. She fell on her knees at his side. She put her hands on his face. She was saying his name, over and over again, and he was trying to answer. "Hermione, Harry, Harry, oh, Harry, it's in my pocket." "What is, the stone, Hermione?" She reached into his pocket. She drew it out. She held it up to the faint blue fire. It was warm in her palm. It was heavier than it looked. She closed her hand on it. "Harry Potter Granger," she said, very seriously, over his face, "you are never, ever, doing this without me again. Do you understand me? Never. Promise, I promise. Swear it on Mum, I swear it on Mum." She kissed his forehead. She kissed the scar. She put her head down on his chest and cried, in great, silent, furious sobs, for the better part of a minute, and Severus Snape, standing at the door with his wand in his hand and a very different expression than usual on his gaunt face, did not, for once, say anything at all. They were in the hospital wing for 4 days. Emma Granger made it from Crawley to the front gates of Hogwarts in 1 hour and 12 minutes, which was, an Auror later said, a personal best for a Muggle driver on a night that had had 6 separate road closures. Dan Granger followed in the second car, with Hermione's school things, and a small tin of biscuits, which he set, very gravely, on the bedside table as he passed. "Mum," Harry said, when Emma arrived at his pillow. "Oh, love." "Mum, I know, darling." I know, darling. I know. "Don't move, Mum, the stone, I don't care about the stone, Harry." "Mum, Hermione, she is fine, she is fine, she is fine, she is, Mum, is she?" Emma turned. Hermione was in the next bed. Hermione was sitting up against her pillows, with a bandage on one elbow, reading a book called Modern Magical History with great concentration and, as her mother could see from 10 feet away, no comprehension at all. "She is not fine, darling, because she is terrified. But she is in one piece. She is here. She is in that bed. Your father is, Dan, love, come here, let him see you." Dan came over. He put his big warm hand on the back of Harry's head, very gently, and he said, with a quiet, unapologetic thickness that Harry would remember until he died, "You held on, son. You held on, Dad, don't, love. Don't try." Rest, and beyond the Grangers, at the door of the hospital wing, very quietly, the headmaster himself stood, his hand on his beard, and watched, and did not come in. Beside him, at his shoulder, Minerva McGonagall stood, her arms folded, her face tight, and after a long moment she turned to him. "Well, Albus, Minerva. Out with it." "Out with what, Minerva?" "They caught him, yes, Minerva. Without your help, yes, Minerva. An 11-year-old boy. A remarkable 11-year-old boy, Minerva, whom a woman called Emma Granger has been raising, and who has, for 10 years, been taught, by her, that he is loved. It has made a rather profound difference. Albus, yes, Minerva. It has occurred to me." "What has, Minerva?" "Your plan has failed." "My plan, Minerva, has succeeded, but not in the way I imagined." "Your plan for the boy, Albus." Dumbledore looked, for a long moment, through the hospital wing's open door at the scene beyond, a mother on the edge of a bed, a father with his hand on a son's head, a sister in a neighboring bed reading the wrong book. He looked at it. He looked at it for quite some time. "Yes," he said, eventually, in a voice she had never heard him use before. "Yes, Minerva. My plan for the boy has failed, and you are glad of it." I am humbled by it." "Good. Minerva." "Yes, Albus. We shall have to tell them." "About?" "All of it." She looked up at him, sharply. "All of it?" "Yes." "Tonight? No, Minerva. Not tonight. He has had enough of a night. Tomorrow. Or the day after. When Mrs. Granger is rested. When he is able to sit up. As you wish, headmaster." "Minerva, yes. I am sorry." "I know, Albus. I was going to leave him with those people. I was going to let him grow up small and meek and manageable, because I believed I knew what was required of him. And a Muggle woman, on a rainy night in November, did what I should have done in the first place, which was to pick him up. And now he is sitting, with a stone in his pocket, in a bed in my hospital wing, and I have nothing to offer him but my apologies. And the truth, Albus. And the truth. Which you will give him. Which I will give him. Yes." Behind them, in the hospital wing, Emma Granger looked up, as if she had heard them, and met Dumbledore's eye, through the doorway, with the steady, cold, assessing gaze of a woman who had no intention, ever, of forgetting the conversation they were having. She nodded at him. Once. He bowed, slightly. She went back to her son. The conversation came 2 days later, in an empty classroom off the hospital wing, with Madame Pomfrey's reluctant permission. The headmaster sat on a low stool. Emma Granger sat in the chair Madame Pomfrey had grudgingly allowed her to drag in from the corridor. Dan Granger stood with his back against the door, arms folded, because he had decided, on the drive up, that his job at this meeting was going to be to watch the headmaster's hands. Harry sat in a second chair with Hermione's hand on his shoulder. Hermione, whose bruised elbow still hurt if she moved it the wrong way, stood behind him like a barrister. "I shall not waste your time," Dumbledore said, quietly, and meant it. "I have, in the last 7 years, made 3 specific mistakes about Harry's life which I think you are owed, and I propose to tell you what they were. I do not expect to be forgiven for all of them. I will, nevertheless, tell you." "Go on," Emma said. "The first. I placed him at the Dursleys on a theory of blood protection which required his aunt's household to be his home in the fullest emotional sense. I did not ensure that they would make it so. I trusted Petunia Evans to be the sister she had been when I first met her, at 15, rather than the woman she had become. That was not research. That was sentiment. I have since audited my own sentiment. I will not indulge it again. Go on, Professor." "The second. I left instructions for a stipend to go to the Dursley household and did not check, for 10 years, whether my instructions were being used for the child they were intended for. It was a failure of financial supervision which, I do not hesitate to tell you, is being corrected down to the last sickle. I brought today, Mrs. Granger, a second draft, drawn on my personal vault, representing a sum I believe to be fair interest, over and above the interest already paid, calculated at a rate a little higher than the Gringotts standard, for the injury caused. I shall leave it on the table and you may take it or burn it as you choose." "On the table," Emma said, evenly. He set down the envelope. "The third. This year. The stone. I had formed a suspicion, last summer, that the man who had been Voldemort was, attempting a return. I did not know precisely where, or how. I placed the Philosopher's Stone in the school for a reason I shall explain in a moment. I placed a number of teachers and a number of protections around it. I did not think it could fall to a first year. I was not concerned for the first years. I believed, Mrs. Granger, that should the stone be pursued, it would be pursued by an adult, and an adult would be met by an adult, and I was watching very closely. You left a 3-headed dog over a trapdoor in a school, Professor." "I did, Mrs. Granger. I am struggling, Professor. I know. No child in a school should have to face what was it, Harry?" "Devil's snare, Mum." "A devil's snare, at 11, I know, Mrs. Granger." "Then why?" Dumbledore looked down at his long, old, knotted hands. "Because, Mrs. Granger," he said, very carefully, "I thought I might need bait. I thought I might need a thing the enemy would come for, and would be seen coming for, and would be stopped in the coming. I thought that were the thing stolen, I might lose an object, but that were the thing guarded in plain sight, with layers upon layers, I might catch a man, or a ghost, or whatever is left of him, and I would know, finally, what kind of thing I was dealing with. And the children. I did not think the children would be the ones who caught him. Professor Dumbledore." "Yes, Mrs. Granger. If you ever, make that decision again, about any student in this school, without asking their parents, I will come up to this castle with a minibus full of solicitors, and I will bury this institution in paperwork, and you will spend the last 10 years of your life answering it. Am I clear, Professor?" "Perfectly clear, Mrs. Granger." "Good." A very long silence. Then Harry spoke, for the first time since the headmaster had walked in. "Sir." "Yes, Harry." "What did I do to him?" To Quirrell." "You burnt him, Harry." "I know I burnt him." "How did I burn him?" Dumbledore looked at him with great, serious kindness. "Harry. When your mother died for you, as a young woman does when her child is in danger, and when the spell she faced was the killing curse, her death left in you a protection that nobody, fully understood at the time. A very ancient protection. A protection that lives, I think, beneath your skin. It is not something you learned. It is not something you cast. It is a thing you are. And when a being who has already once tried to kill you touches you, he touches what your mother left behind. It is not a spell you can practice, Harry. It is a spell that practiced you, my mother, Harry said, flatly. Yes. I mean Lily Potter, Harry. Yes. Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he said, very carefully, Sir, I don't want to upset anybody. But I have another mother. Over there. I know, Harry. And she carried me in too. Off a step. In the rain. I know, Harry. So, when I burned him, it was both of them, sir. Wasn't it? Emma Granger put her hand over her mouth, as if she were going to sneeze. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes, Harry, he said, very quietly. Yes. I think it was both of them. I think your mother Lily, left in you a protection, and your mother Emma renewed it. Every year. Every time she lifted you up when you fell. Every time she called you her son. I think, he stopped. He looked at Emma Granger. His eyes were wet. I think, Mrs. Granger, you have been, more than I could have known, the continuation of a spell. I did not understand that kind of magic when I placed him on their doorstep. Or on my friend Petunia's doorstep, as I intended. I understand it a little better today. Oh, for God's sake, Professor, Emma said, with a small, wet laugh. Yes, Mrs. Granger. I just kept him. Yes, that's all. Yes, Mrs. Granger, if you're telling me I've been casting bloody spells over the head of my 11-year-old son for 10 years, I am telling you that love is the only magic I have ever feared, Mrs. Granger. Yes. Dan Granger, who had been leaning against the door for 45 minutes, and whose shoulders had at a certain point in the conversation begun, very quietly, to shake, walked across the room, sat down, very heavily, on a third stool, and put his head in his hands for a little while. Nobody hurried him. When he looked up at last his eyes were red, and he said, addressing the headmaster with an enormously mild professional politeness, as if Dumbledore were, to him, just another dentist, right? Well. Would you kindly, Professor, for my personal comprehension, summarize what you believe we are now being asked to accept, as a household, going forward? I will, Mr. Granger. I believe, Mr. Granger, that Lord Voldemort is not dead. I believe he is diminished, nearly to a spirit, and will seek, as he has been seeking these last 10 years, to return. I believe that he will do so, sooner or later. I believe, when he does, he will come for Harry. I believe, further, that there are others, allied to him or to his cause, who are already moving in the world in ways that will, increasingly, affect your family. I believe that I owe you, as a father, every assistance and every piece of information in my power, to protect him, and to protect his sister. I believe that this is not a matter of a single school year. I believe it is a matter of his whole life. I am sorry. Dan nodded, slowly. And our daughter is, I believe, every bit as much at risk, Mr. Granger, as your son. She is his sister, and as far as the enemy is concerned, and increasingly, as far as everybody is concerned, she is a Potter as much as he is a Granger. I see. I will protect them, Mr. Granger, within my power. Professor McGonagall will protect them, within hers. Professor Snape, Hermione said, sharply. Professor Snape, Dumbledore said, gravely, brought you down into that chamber the other night. Professor Snape, who, for his own, very private reasons, has watched your brother carefully for this whole term. Professor Snape, who loved your mother, Harry, a very long time ago. Professor Snape will, I believe, protect them. Harry was silent for a very long moment. Then he said, "Sir. Why doesn't he like me, then?" "Oh, Harry." Dumbledore smiled, very gently. "I believe, Harry, that he likes you too much. It is confusing him considerably." Hermione, over Harry's shoulder, said, "That we can work with." Emma Granger looked across at the headmaster of Hogwarts, at a 90-year-old man with a bent back and a wet eye, and, very deliberately, so they could all see her do it, put out her hand to shake his. He took it. "One more year, Professor," Emma said. "One more year, and we'll see. I am not promising you anything beyond that. Is that understood?" "Entirely, Mrs. Granger. And I want Friday letters." "You shall have them." "And I want Professor McGonagall's private flue address." "You shall have that too." "And I want Professor Snape's." Dumbledore, in spite of himself, smiled. "I shall suggest it to him, Mrs. Granger. He will be appalled. But I shall suggest it." "Thank you, Professor." "Thank you, Mrs. Granger." Harry and Hermione left Hogwarts, at the end of term, on the Scarlet train, in the company of a very hungover Ron Weasley, who had, on the last night, won his first game of chess in a Ravenclaw common room and was reliving, at length, the final move, and a cheerful Neville Longbottom, who, it transpired, had been awarded 50 house points for outstanding moral courage in a crisis, an award the Hat had personally authorized, and which his grandmother had, on hearing the news, sent him a cake about. Gryffindor had won the House Cup by 27 points. Ravenclaw had come second by 2. Hermione had, in the last fortnight, put the entire school on notice that she intended to win it outright next year. Ron had said, very solemnly, that he would be pleased to be at the back of the room when she did. At King's Cross, on the platform, Emma Granger, who had not, in the entire month of June, quite stopped watching her son as if he might evaporate, was waiting. She had bought new curtains. She had had Granny for 4 days. She had, in her handbag, a folder of travel brochures, because she had decided, privately, that the 3 of them would, before the next term began, go to Italy. Harry came off the train. Hermione came off the train. Emma did not run. Emma walked, briskly, with her arms a little stiff, because she was, above all, a proud woman. They collided in the middle of the platform. Emma held them, both of them, for a long, quiet minute. Nobody in the crowd of parents noticed particularly. It was an ordinary scene, among many, a mother, glad to have her children home. Only Ron Weasley, waiting beside his own mother with the queer, sideways adolescent pride of a boy who, that year, had sacrificed himself on a chessboard and helped his friend save a school, looked across at the little tableau, and, without being able to articulate it, knew, very suddenly and all at once, that this was what he wanted, when he was old, to have. This. A station. A child getting off a train. A mother who went to fetch him. He did not say anything. He only took Molly Weasley's hand. "All right, Ronnie," Molly said. "Yeah, Mum." "Good lad." "Mum." "Yes. Thanks for the socks. In the jumper parcel. The yellow ones." Molly Weasley looked down at her youngest son with an expression he would not, for years, recognize. She squeezed his hand. "Always, lovey." Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Whispers in the Pipes. The summer of 1992 was the best summer Harry Potter Granger had ever had, which would have been, if anybody had said it aloud, an enormously sad sentence, because 12 is not a very large number of summers from which to choose. But Emma Granger, who had taken stock in her kitchen on the evening of June the 7th and decided that her children were going to have a proper holiday, had put the full weight of her administrative personality behind it, and by the end of the second week of July they had been to Ravello, and to Siena, and to a small farmhouse in Umbria with a chicken that liked Harry and refused to lay in any other lap, and had come home browner, louder, and 5 shades more confident than when they had left. Hermione had read, over the course of the trip, 11 novels, 4 grammars, and a biography of Garibaldi. Harry had read a book Dan gave him on the Kon-Tiki expedition. Emma had read absolutely nothing. Emma had, on the balcony in Ravello one evening, opened a book, put it on the railing, and said to her husband, serenely, over a glass of white wine, Dan, I am not reading this book. All right, love. Anything. I am not going to read anything. I am not, Dan, going to read the letter from the headmaster, which, by the way, arrived this afternoon. Dan glanced at the table between them. An envelope with a Hogwarts seal sat on it, pinned under a salt shaker. No, love, Dan said. Not until August. Not until August, Dan. The children are swimming in a pool. I am drinking a glass of wine. Go away, Albus Dumbledore, go away, Albus Dumbledore, Dan repeated, obediently. Thank you. Yes. What if it's on fire? Then we set it on fire back, Dan. Dan, who knew better than to argue, raised his glass. They did, in the end, read the headmaster's letter. It was a reasonable letter. It said, in sum, that the school would be pleased to have them back in September, that all safety measures for the year had been reviewed, that 3 new wards had been added to the upper floors, that Professor Quirrell had, alas, been replaced by a new defense against the dark arts professor of, let us say reputation, Mrs. Granger, rather than substance, the headmaster had written with unusual dryness, as you will see for yourself when you meet him, and that for the first time in several decades the regular staff would include a Hogwarts matron assigned specifically to new cases arising in the Ravenclaw year group, which was Dumbledore's genteel way of saying we have paid a second nurse to check on your children. Emma set the letter down. Thank you, Albus. He's trying, He is. Will we go to the bookshop? We will. Yes. He mentioned a Gilderoy Lockhart, yes, Dan, I saw that bit too. The Gilderoy Lockhart. The same. Hermione has 7 of his books, Oh, I know, Dan. It is going to be an absolute circus, Dan, it is going to be an absolute circus. Flourish and Blots on the 1st of August was an absolute circus. Hermione had been incandescent with joy for the 3 days leading up to it. She had dressed, for the first time in her life, with some consideration of what people might see when they saw her. Emma had watched her, over the breakfast table, experimentally twist her hair up off her neck and set it down again and sigh, and had said nothing. Harry had, less characteristically, watched his sister take an interest in her appearance and had, with an older brother's delicate cruelty, said only, he's in his 40s, Hermione, which had earned him a firmly thrown piece of toast and Emma's glare. The bookshop, when they reached it, was already 3 deep on the pavement. A vast purple banner over the window read Gilderoy Lockhart signing today, and through the glass Harry could see, behind a table piled high with glossy books, a tall, beaming, coiffed wizard in periwinkle blue robes having his photograph taken by a small, flashing, smoking camera. Oh, no, said a familiar, tired-sounding voice behind them. They turned. Arthur Weasley, looking hunted, was being towed by Molly Weasley through the crowd, with 6 red-haired children in various stages of protest trailing behind. Emma. Dan. Oh, Emma, darling, hello, yes, come and stand by me, this is awful, Molly. I have been trying to get into that shop for 40 minutes, and the queue is moving on the inside. Molly, I have 5 children and 1 list, please, I am going in, you can follow me. Go on, then, Emma, you formidable creature. Yes, it was, Hermione would later say, the single most educational retail experience of her young life. Emma Granger, with her shopping list in one hand and her elbow held at the precise height of the average ribcage, went through Flourish and Blots like a very polite icebreaker. Molly Weasley, a second icebreaker, followed. Dan, with Arthur Weasley, talking about Biros, brought up the rear. The children followed. Gilderoy Lockhart, the moment he spotted Harry Potter Granger on the far side of his table, did something the Grangers would remember with mingled horror and amusement for years. He leapt the table. He seized Harry by the elbow. He dragged him, beaming, directly into his own photograph. He announced, to the entire shop, over Harry's small, furious head, that he would be the most celebrated alumnus of the most celebrated defense against the dark arts class ever to be taught at Hogwarts, that Harry would reach his potential under his personal guidance, that his biography, Magical Me, was on sale for a reduced price at 6 galleons, and that he would be delighted, he really would, to pose for a photograph with Hermione here, who, he could see at a glance, was clearly a young lady of considerable curiosity. Emma Granger, at whom Dan had quietly given a nudge, inclined her head, smiled one of her very smallest, tightest smiles, and said, "No, thank you, Professor Lockhart. We are in quite a rush. And Hermione has, as a matter of fact, already read all of your books." "Oh, wonderful, not as a matter of compliment, Professor." She swept past him with her 2 children under her arms. Molly Weasley swept after her with 3 of her own and a bag of Flo powder. In the confusion Hermione dropped, silently, a heavy cauldron-bound book, Voyages with Vampires, in fact, into the bag of a small, blonde girl in second-hand robes who was standing just outside the shop door, because the small blonde girl had been staring at it for 20 minutes and had not the money. "Hermione," Emma said, sharply. "I paid for it, Mum. I have my own money." "Hermione, she's Ginny Weasley, Mum. She's been waiting." Emma Granger looked at her daughter for a long moment, and felt, as she sometimes did, a quiet, sharp, proud sting in the back of her throat. "That is a very generous thing, darling. I know. Don't do it again without telling me." "I won't, Mum." She did. She did it twice more in 1992, and 3 times in 1993, and Emma would always find out, and would always, after a certain pause, kiss the top of her daughter's head. Harry, behind them, had been cornered against the shop door by a small, pale, blonde boy in expensive robes. "Potter," said Draco Malfoy, with an elegance he had spent the entire summer practicing. "Malfoy, I see you have escaped the delightful Professor Lockhart. I see you have escaped being in the photograph at all, Malfoy. My father would not permit it." "Your father does sound lovely." Draco flushed. "You are not funny, Potter." "I am a little funny, sometimes. My father has asked me," Draco continued, through his teeth, "to tell you that he remembers your name, Potter Granger, and that he looks forward to seeing how your school year goes." "Fine," said Harry, politely. "Fine, tell him I said hello." "Potter, Draco. I am going to get into the car now. I would not recommend coming between me and the car, because I have, as you may have heard, a sister of some direction." Hermione, in fact, was right behind him, with her eating men for breakfast face on, and Draco Malfoy, very wisely, did not come between Harry and the car. It was only halfway home, on the train back from Victoria, that any of them, and it was, as it often was, Hermione, noticed the small grey-black book that had appeared in the bag of second-hand robes in Ginny Weasley's arms, a book Mr. Malfoy, in the bustle of the bookshop, had been seen, by Harry, actually, who had glanced back over his shoulder on the way out, pressing, with a small tight smile, into the bag, as if it were a parent's gift. "Mum," Hermione said, quietly, on the train. "Yes, love. Did you see what?" "Mr. Malfoy." Emma's face closed. "Yes, darling. I saw, he put something into Ginny Weasley's bag." "Yes, darling, a book." "Yes, darling, Mum, what should we do?" Emma looked at her daughter for a long moment. Then she opened her handbag, took out a pen, wrote a careful note on the back of an envelope, and slid it across the carriage to Dan, who read it, folded it, and put it in his breast pocket. "Your mother is going to Flo Molly tonight, darling. And we are going to see what he gave her." "That is what we are going to do." "He gave it to her," Hermione said, very quietly. "To a child he did not know. On a crowded pavement." And smiled. "Yes, darling, Mum, yes, Hermione, we are going to find out what is in that book." "Yes, Hermione. What was in the book was, of course, Tom Riddle. They did not know it was Tom Riddle for a while. It took Hermione 8 months, a great many conversations with Molly Weasley, a great many conversations with Professor McGonagall, a great many hours in the library, and one enormously revealing afternoon with a 7th-year Ravenclaw called Penelope Clearwater, to build the full picture. In the interim, several things happened. The first was that Molly Weasley, to her absolute astonishment, received, by fluke call, at 10:07 on the evening of the 1st of August, a highly agitated call from a Mrs. Emma Granger of Crawley, asking, "Molly, for God's sake, check Ginny's bag for a small black book, please, right now." Molly Weasley, who had gone more than 20 years without being spoken to at the Floo by a muggle in an iron dressing gown, had done so. She had found the book. She had sent Arthur to the Burrows' kitchen table with it and had flued McGonagall. The second was that McGonagall, the following morning, flued Dumbledore. The third was that Dumbledore, now operating with a transparency he had not operated with in years, held the book in his hand for 4 minutes, said thank you, and burned it. Or he tried to. The book resisted. The book sucked smoke out of itself. The book, on his desk, looked for a moment at the headmaster with a look that was not the look of a book. And Dumbledore, after a careful pause, had put it into a small box of ebony and hawthorn, and had locked the box, and had, astoundingly, sent for Harry and Hermione Potter Granger, at Hogwarts, at the start of term, and had invited them into his office on their second evening of the year, and had said to them, with a tired courtesy they had never heard from him before, "I should like to show you something." They did not go through another trapdoor that year. Instead, they went, under Dumbledore's explicit, meticulous supervision, through a stack of pensive memories, in the headmaster's office, 3 Wednesday nights in a row, during which the headmaster taught them, in the careful, formal manner of a man finally doing a thing he ought to have done years earlier, who Lord Voldemort had been, at their age. They saw Tom Riddle at 11, a boy in an orphanage room with a wardrobe full of other children's stolen coins. They saw Tom Riddle at 16, in a green and silver common room, leaning over a friend's notebook with a small, patient, captivating smile. They saw Tom Riddle at 18, in a tea shop in Knockturn Alley, bending to listen to an old woman. Hermione, after the 3rd session, said to Dumbledore, in a voice that was perfectly level, "Sir, why are you showing us this? Because, Miss Granger Potter, there is a diary in a box in my office. And the diary, I believe, is a piece of him. A piece of his soul, Miss Granger Potter." Yes, Harry sat down. "How?" Hermione whispered. "There is a kind of magic," Dumbledore said, very quietly, "called Horcrux magic. It is, old, and black, and extremely rare. It involves murder, and splitting, and long-term preservation. I did not know, at the time your brother burned him, precisely how Tom was still alive. I had suspected. I had not wished to suspect. I now have, evidence, one of them, I believe so, yes. One. I do not know how many there are, Miss Granger Potter. It is one of several very large questions I now intend to answer." "Sir," Hermione said, carefully, "why are you telling us this? Because, Miss Granger Potter, you have 2 functional brain cells and an owl. And because, in a year or in 5, your brother is going to have to help me finish this. And because your mother would kill me if I kept it from you." "Yes," Hermione said, drily. "Yes, she would." Harry, quietly, put his hand over his sister's. "Sir," he said. "Harry, if the diary is a piece of him, what happens if we destroy it?" Dumbledore smiled, at last, with the small, fierce, weary smile of a man who has been waiting for that question from a child for a long time. "Then there is a very little less of him in the world, Harry. Which is the only answer I have to give you." Meanwhile there was a school to attend, which sometimes became, by comparison, a relief. 2nd year had a shape. It was a shape Harry, who had not had one before, was surprised to find he liked. Classes had opened up. Hermione was top of the year in everything. Harry was top in defense against the dark arts, for which he had earned, to his personal mortification and Ron's enormous amusement, the nickname Top Shelf Potter from the twins, and second to Hermione in Transfiguration. Ron was, to his mother's private and furious delight, top in divination, which he had not yet signed up for but which he had, apparently, a talent for, and a solid second in defense. Neville was, surprising nobody but himself, the undisputed best first-year herbologist in 4 centuries, and had been invited, by Professor Sprout herself, to assist in the second greenhouse 2 evenings a week. Snape had changed. Snape had not changed toward Harry. Snape had changed, very slightly, in the way Snape looked at Harry when nobody was watching, as if he had made, over the summer, some private decision, as if he had, perhaps over a glass of whiskey and a long look in a mirror, come to terms with the fact that Lily Evans's son was in the world, and was a good kid, and was none of Snape's. Snape had not, by any stretch, become kind. But Snape, on the first day of term, when Harry had walked into the potions classroom 10 minutes early because his first lesson of the year had filled him with a schoolboy's cautious hope, had looked up, had looked away, had looked back, and had said, with a very small, very even voice, "Potter. Sir. You know how to stir. Sir. 3 grains, Potter. No more. Yes, sir." It was not much. But Snape did not call him Potter Granger that year, and Snape did not call him boy, and Snape did not sneer at him in front of the class. Snape also, Hermione noticed this over the first fortnight, repeatedly addressed, in his lesson plans, small comments of the sort one would make to a bright student on the subject of safety. On the 3rd week Hermione caught Snape, or, rather, Snape allowed himself to be caught, slipping, by accident, into Harry's bag a small packet containing a ready-mixed muscle relaxant for a bruise Harry had gained, at Quidditch tryouts, to his own enormous surprise. "Hermione," Harry whispered. "I saw him, Harry." "Why?" "I don't know." "I don't think he knows." She had sat with the packet for several minutes. Then she had written, in her neatest hand, a small, thoroughly polite thank you note to Professor Snape, and had asked Hedwig to carry it. Hedwig had, with visible disdain, carried it. Professor Snape had received it, alone, in his office, had read it, had looked at it for quite a long time, and had then, before he quite knew he was doing it, torn it in half and put it at the back of a drawer. Later that night, and he would not have admitted this, not even on a rack, he had taken the 2 halves out, sellotaped them back together with a small sheet of brown paper, and put them at the back of a different drawer, which locked. "Granger Potter," the note said, in a neat, careful hand. "The muscle bomb helped. Harry is better. Thank you, sir. We see you." It was the "we see you" that had torn. Quidditch tryouts, for the Ravenclaw team, had been the reason for the bruise that had prompted Snape's muscle bomb. Harry, who had flown a broomstick before only in the compulsory first-year flying lessons, had, at Hermione's insistence, and over his own profound embarrassment, turned up at the tryouts on a misty afternoon in September with a borrowed school broom and the air of a boy who had been volunteered for his own treatment. The Ravenclaw captain, a tall 7th year called Roger Davies who had long legs, a long nose, and an impatient manner, had looked Harry up and down and said, with candor, "You've got to be joking, Potter." "Granger Potter," Hermione said, from the stands. "Not you," Davies said. "Him." "You." "On the broom." "Up." 10 seconds, Harry, who had not ridden a broom in 10 months, got on the broom. He went up. He went up very fast. He went up higher than the Ravenclaw captain thought a first year could possibly take a broom safely, and for an awful moment the captain thought he had killed Lily Evans's son in the first 5 minutes of the tryouts, and was about to be hunted to the ends of the earth by a man named Granger. Then Harry, with the easy, instinctive grace of a boy who had, over 6 summers on a back garden swing, taught himself to fall without hurting anything, turned his broom, dove, caught a practice snitch in his left hand, and landed, breathing hard, in front of the captain. Davies stared at him. "Where did you learn to do that, Potter?" "Granger Potter," Hermione called again, from the stands, patiently. "I didn't, sir, you didn't." "No, sir, what do you mean you didn't? You just, Potter, you didn't learn to do that." "My mother," Harry said, truthfully, "would prefer I not fall off things, sir. So I practice not falling." Davies, after a long silence, looked at the rest of the tryout hopefuls. "Go home," he told them. "Sir, go home." "I have my seeker." Harry, trudging off the pitch afterwards with a bruised shoulder and a new set of Brownian pressures at his ribs, had looked up at Hermione, who was grinning at him, and had said, in a voice of considerable resignation, "Mum is going to kill me." "Mum," Hermione said, "is going to brag about you, Harry, at every dental conference she goes to for the next 8 years." And so Harry, who had spent a lifetime apologizing to rooms for being in them, came home for Christmas that year wearing a blue Ravenclaw jersey with the number 7 on the back, which Emma Granger had framed in her dining room within 48 hours. The dueling club was another matter. Gilderoy Lockhart had started it with the enormous, marketable enthusiasm of a man who had seen a way to increase the sales of Magicalme, and it had run for precisely one session before Snape, who had been dragged along as a fellow instructor, very much against his will, had disarmed Lockhart within 4 seconds and sent him, quite quietly, across the length of the Great Hall. Lockhart had got up, smiling, and had announced that Snape had been demonstrating what not to do. Dumbledore, in the front row, had choked gently on a chocolate. The students had cheered. Lockhart had then, unwisely, invited Harry and Draco Malfoy up on the stage for a demonstration. Malfoy had, with great satisfaction, conjured a small black snake, which had reared up at Harry. Harry, in a voice the Great Hall did not expect, had said, to the snake, in a language the Great Hall did not recognize, "It's all right, mate, I've got you," and the snake had, with an almost embarrassed slither, turned around and gone docilely to Draco and wound itself up at his ankle. The Great Hall had gone very quiet. Harry, who had at that moment still been looking at the snake with mild concern, had looked up, seen the faces looking at him, seen, in particular, Hermione's white face, and had, slightly, shrugged. "I told him it was all right, Harry," Hermione hissed, through her teeth. "What, in a minute?" She had dragged him, literally by the wrist, out of the Great Hall, down 2 corridors, up into a quiet alcove, and said, very fast and very low, "Harry, you are a Parselmouth, you are a Parselmouth, you speak the language of snakes. Everybody in this school who has read a book heard you do it, everybody in this school is going to be afraid of you by dinner. We are going to write to Mum tonight, Hermione. We are going to write to Mum tonight, Harry, because she will want to know." They had written to Mum. Mum had written back within 24 hours. The letter had read, in full, "Darling Harry, apparently my son has a party trick. If anybody at that school teases you about it, I will come. Love, Mum. P.S. Dan says it is a very cool party trick and not to apologize for it." Harry had read the letter 3 times. He had stuck the letter to the inside of his bedside cabinet. He had not apologized for his party trick again. Halloween, predictably, produced a corpse. Not a human corpse. Mrs. Norris, Mr. Filch's beloved cat, was discovered in a flooded corridor on the 2nd floor, stiff as timber, staring up at the ceiling with a look of frozen, reproachful surprise. Above her, on the wall, written in what was unmistakably, and nauseatingly, blood, ran an enormous line of script: "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school, Hermione privately noted, managed to panic with great elegance. Dumbledore went quiet. McGonagall went loud. Snape went watchful. Lockhart went, by some miracle of personal marketing, busier, and announced a dueling club, which he then promptly botched. Ron Weasley, who had been with Harry and Hermione and Neville when Mrs. Norris was discovered, spent the entire 1st of November going green whenever somebody mentioned a cat. Harry, halfway down the corridor, had heard something nobody else had. A voice. A hissing, slithering, slow voice, pitched somewhere near the floorboards, coming up from under their feet. Harry had turned his head at it sharply, and Hermione had felt the turn and had frozen beside him. "Harry. What was that? You didn't hear it, Hermione?" I heard nothing, Harry, nothing, Harry, what did you hear? A voice. A thing, saying it was hungry, Hermione. Saying it wanted to, oh my God, he told her, in the corridor, what he had heard. Blood, kill, let me rip, tear, kill, Hermione, whose face was green, was silent for a long moment. Harry, she said, at last. Come to the library. Now. Don't talk. Don't look at anyone. Come, they went. And Hermione, with a small, fixed, furious face, pulled down from a dusty shelf a book called Most Ancient and Most Noble, and slammed it down on the table, and opened it to a page she had already, weeks ago, bookmarked. Parselmouth, she said. What, that's the word for it, Harry. A person who understands the language of snakes. It's rare. It runs in a few families. Most famously the Slytherins. Most recently, Hermione, in you, Harry. Most recently in you. Why do I? Because you share a scar with one, Harry. A boy who was Tom Riddle. Who was at this school. Who opened, Harry, look at me, the Chamber of Secrets, 50 years ago, and who was in that diary I watched Mr. Malfoy put into Ginny Weasley's bag this August. Harry stared at her. Hermione, Harry, where is Ginny now? Hermione went white. Harry, where is, we need to get to the Weasley common room. Now. They got there, in the end, with Neville's help, Neville, who had a friend in Gryffindor, and who had, when the two of them had come pelting into the common room in a flat panic, asked the fat lady sternly, as a guest, if Ginny Weasley might kindly be fetched. Ginny was not fetched. Ginny had, Ron told them, going very white, left the common room 40 minutes before with a book. A diary. A diary she had been writing in. And she had not come back. Percy, the prefect, said, oh, and went, by a shortcut he had only ever used twice before, directly to the headmaster. By the time McGonagall reached them, in the second-floor corridor, they had already worked out what Myrtle was. By the time Snape reached them, with the headmaster, and with, extraordinarily, Emma and Dan Granger, who had been summoned by Hedwig 30 minutes earlier and had taken the night bus, they had worked out where the entrance was. By the time they had worked out who the heir was, they were too late to be polite about it. Harry, for the second time in his young magical life, did, on a very specific stone sink in a very specific girl's lavatory, a thing that he did not know he could do until he did it. He spoke to a serpent carved into a tap. And the serpent, very slowly, obediently, gratefully, moved. A hole opened in the floor. All right, said Emma Granger, in the high-strung, perfectly composed voice of a mother who had just been informed by a goblin, a head of house, and her own magical children that the entrance to a 1,000-year-old lair of a deadly beast had opened in a school lavatory, right? Who is going down? I am, Harry said, at once. I am, Hermione said, at once. I am, Ron said, at once. I am, said Gilderoy Lockhart, from the doorway, and everybody stared at him, because nobody had invited him. Professor, Dumbledore said, courteously. I believe you have frequently spoken of your many duels with serpentine horrors. I do not doubt that your expertise will be invaluable. I propose you accompany Professor Snape in the rear guard. Snape's nostrils, for the briefest of instants, flared. Lockhart said, ah, yes, I am sure my schedule, your schedule is cleared, Professor. Yes, Headmaster. Emma Granger turned to her husband. Dan, if I go down, you are not going down. Dan, if I go, Dan put his hands on her shoulders. He was, at that moment, the quietest man in the room. Emma. You have raised a boy who can do this. And a girl who can do this. Let them. I am going to be with you, and I am going to fight the urge to go down after them, with you, until they are back up, and then we are going to yell at them together. Right, Dan, right, they yelled at them together. It took 48 minutes. Below, in the Chamber of Secrets, in a long, green-lit hall lined with the carved heads of serpents, Harry and Hermione and Ron reached the far end and found, at the foot of an enormous stone statue of Salazar Slytherin, a small, pale, red-haired girl of 10 years old, sprawled on the wet floor with a diary open in her hand, her eyes closed, her lips blue. A figure stood over her. The figure was 16 years old and extraordinarily handsome. The figure was smoke and memory and a particular oiled smile. The figure was not quite solid. "Tom Riddle," Hermione said, calmly. Tom Riddle turned. He looked at Hermione. He looked at Harry. His smile did not entirely hold. "Granger," he said, testing it. "Granger Potter," Hermione corrected, sharply. "Granger Potter," he repeated, tasting it. He turned fully to Harry. His smile returned. It had, to Harry's eye, a thin, translucent quality, as if Riddle had borrowed it. "Harry Potter. At last. I have been waiting some time to meet you. You're a book," Harry said. "I am a memory, a diary of a memory, Tom, a memory strong enough to possess a child for a whole term, Tom. I know. I have heard. You kept her warm in her bed, didn't you? You kept her writing. You trained her." Tom's smile flickered. "She gave herself freely, Harry. She was 11, old enough to, she was 11, Tom." 11, Harry said, and his voice, which had been level, had, without any announcement, become a voice Hermione had never quite heard before, a voice Dan Granger, years later, would recognize as the voice Harry had first learned in their kitchen, watching his sister being corrected by a tutor, a voice for when an injustice had arrived, and somebody was about to stand up to it. "And you are going to let her go now, Tom. You are going to let her go, and you are going to go back in your book, and you are going to go out." "Or what, Harry, or I am going to," a thin, hissing slither, behind him, in the pipes. "Ah," Tom said, his smile returning. "My pet," a basilisk, the size of a bus, with its eyes closed, came out of the mouth of the statue. Harry, who had, at the bottom of the slide, on the run in, picked up from the floor an old, rust-spotted, long, thin sword which Hermione had, without discussion, spotted and kicked up into his hand, because it had looked like something a hero would use, and which Hermione would later identify, with a squeal of glee, as the lost sword of Gryffindor, stepped, at some cost to the dignity of his knees, forward. Hermione, behind him, threw a fistful of pepper-up powder at Tom Riddle's shimmering chest. Ron Weasley, behind her, with the diary in one hand and his wand in the other, spoke a word Harry did not yet know, which Hermione had taught him half an hour ago in the Ravenclaw common room while Ron had been hunting for his sister's favorite Chudley Cannon's hat in the laundry, and did not quite expect to need. Incendio, the diary burst into flame. Tom Riddle, shimmering, screamed in a voice of cracked glass. The basilisk, confused, turned its enormous head. Fawkes, arriving, at that moment, through a bell of gold light in the far wall, sang a single phoenix note and blinded it. Harry, with the sword, climbed the statue, and at the moment the basilisk struck, he struck back, and a fang pierced his arm, and Ron, in the same moment, cut his own hand on a chunk of rock and smeared his own blood on the diary's spine, and Hermione, in the same moment, pulled Ginny up off the floor, and shouted, "Harry! Phoenix! Fawkes!" And Harry, bleeding, dizzy, fell from the statue with the sword in his hand and landed beside Ginny, and Fawkes, set his own soft beak against the fang wound in Harry's arm, and wept. Phoenix tears do a thing that the books have never quite been able to describe. They do not only heal wounds. They dissolve poisons, and they burn venom, and they, more than that, remember that the body they are on was, before all this, a body that could be whole. They remind it. They make the case, quite carefully, for wholeness. Harry came up, steady. Ginny came up, crying. Ron came up, shaking. Hermione came up, utterly composed, and then, after a second, sat down very hard on the wet floor, and put her head between her knees, because she had suddenly discovered that her legs no longer fancied it. Tom Riddle did not come up. Tom Riddle had, in the small, quick space of the diary's burning, been pulled out of the wall of the chamber, had attempted to solidify against Harry, had touched the sword, and had, with a neat, almost grateful, almost tired sigh, come apart into a column of smoke that the phoenix, in a second, breathed in, and did not breathe out. There was a silence. Harry picked up Ginny. Ron, quite unexpectedly, began to cry. Hermione, quite unexpectedly, laughed. Harry, quite unexpectedly, knelt and put his arms around both of them at once. Fawkes, in the dim green light of the chamber, spread his wings. "All right," Harry said, after a while, into the top of his sister's head. "Up we go." They went up. Lucius Malfoy was arrested at his own gate on the 2nd of November, 1992, which was, in the opinion of the Minister for Magic, a perfectly convenient symmetry. Lucius Malfoy denied all knowledge of the diary. Lucius Malfoy produced witnesses, lawyers, and a tone of enormous aggrieved surprise, and, when confronted by a Gringotts memory witness, called, in an unprecedented step, by the personal intervention of Minerva McGonagall, who had, it transpired, arranged with Grip Hook to have, for some years, a running surveillance on the Malfoy accounts, denied even then. Lucius Malfoy, on the evening of his first night in ministry custody, received a visit from his own house elf, Dobby, who, under a complicated arrangement of clothing Hermione had, in the meantime, thrust upon him, and which had by the strangest fortune passed for a freedom, had made his way, on his own feet, to Harry Potter Granger's hospital bedside, and had delivered news. Harry had listened. Harry had then written, in his own hand, an account, signed and witnessed, of the sequence of events he had seen in Flourish and Blots on the 1st of August. Harry had given the account to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall had given the account to the head Auror. The head Auror had laid the account before the Wisengamot. Lucius Malfoy was, by Christmas, on 6 months' house arrest, on the understanding that he would be under the supervision of the head Auror's office for a further year, and that the Malfoy Charitable Trusts, a suite of concerns of some considerable sum, would be, in the meantime, audited from stem to stern. Draco Malfoy, in the Slytherin common room, went silent, and slightly diminished, and for the remainder of his second year did not speak to Harry or Hermione at all. Dobby, wearing a small, impossible wardrobe of socks Hermione had knitted him, settled, for the winter, in the Weasley kitchen, where Molly had reluctantly discovered he was much nicer than her sister-in-law, and where he became, over the next 6 months, a friend. Ron Weasley, in the hospital wing, received, on the last day of term, a letter from his mother, sent specifically rather than with the jumper parcel. The letter was 3 sheets long. The letter included, at the end, the sentence: "You sacrificed yourself for a chess piece last year, Ronnie, and you helped save your sister this year, and your father and I are prouder than we can say." Ron read it once. Ron read it a second time. Then Ron put it under his pillow, and he said to Harry, who was in the next bed, "Mate." Mum said, and then Ron, who was 12, did not quite manage to finish the sentence, and Harry, who was 12 too, did not make him. Hermione, on the last day of term, had tea, for the first time, in the headmaster's office, alone. "Miss Granger Potter, sir, you are, I believe, the first second year to identify a Horcrux by the end of her second year, sir. I wanted to apologize, again, sir." Dumbledore smiled, very gently. "Yes, Miss Granger Potter. Again. You, and your brother, have, this year, done a piece of work that has made the world a little less bad. I let you. I should not have needed to let you. I should have caught the diary before August. I should have been watching for the likes of Lucius Malfoy. I did not. I am sorry, sir." "Yes, Hermione, how many more are there?" He looked at her for a long, quiet moment. "I do not know, my dear," he said, at last. "But I intend, now, to find out. And I intend, with your brother's help and yours, to unmake every single one of them. Yes, sir." "Hermione, sir, you will be of age in 5 years. You will not need my help, or anybody else's, then. You will be one of the most formidable witches of your generation, and the world will be very lucky to have you in it. But until then, Hermione, you are 12 years old. And I should like, if I may, to carry some of this, and not let you carry all of it. May I?" Hermione, in the chair across the desk, took a slow, careful breath, and put her chin up. "Yes, sir," she said, at last. "You may, thank you, Hermione." She went to the door. "Sir, yes, Hermione, my brother, yes, Hermione, he's going to have to fight him in the end. Isn't he, sir?" Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. "Yes, Hermione, on his own." "No, Hermione." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "Not on his own. Not if I can help it. Not if his sister has anything to say about it." Hermione nodded. "She has quite a lot to say about it, sir, I know, my dear." She closed the door behind her. On the Hogwarts Express home, in the familiar compartment with Neville and Ron, Hermione sat with her feet on the opposite bench and watched the countryside unroll and, for a long time, said nothing. Ron and Neville, who had learned, this year, to read her silences, left her to it. Harry, beside her, turned a chocolate frog card over and over in his fingers, a new one, Albus Dumbledore, which she herself had slipped into his pocket that morning with a small mocking face on it. "Harry. Do you remember the doorstep?" "No, at all." "No. Not really." I remember a warm thing, and a cold thing, and a soft thing, and a woman speaking. I don't know whose voice." Why?" "I was thinking about it." "Hermione." "Yes. Do you ever think about the fact that if Mum hadn't been driving past?" "Yes, Harry." "Every day, Hermione?" "Almost, Harry." "Me too." They sat in silence for a while. Harry. We won't let anyone separate us. Ever." "I know, Hermione. Ever, I know." The train rolled on. London drew closer. In a flat in Crawley, Emma Granger was, at that exact moment, putting a roast chicken into an oven that she would, in due course, complain about. The oven door closed with a clunk. She wiped her hands on her apron, and looked out of the kitchen window at the front path, and she waited, as she had been waiting for 2 Christmases now, for her children to come home. And when the taxi at last pulled up at the end of Fenhurst Road, and when she saw them both stumble out of it, wrestling a trunk and an owl cage and a sullen ginger cat Hermione had, without consulting anybody, adopted on the last Hogsmeade weekend and named Crookshanks, she did not, as she had practiced, walk calmly out to the gate. She ran. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Dogs at the Door. The first time Harry Potter Granger saw a picture of Sirius Black, it was in a newspaper, on the kitchen floor of 14, Fenhurst Road, on the morning of the 17th of June, 1993, and he was reading the paper because Crookshanks, Hermione's new, spiteful, orange, half-Kneazle cat, was sitting on the upper half. "Crookshanks," Harry said, reasonably. Crookshanks, from atop the headline, did not move. "Crookshanks. Off." Crookshanks gave him a look so flat, and so ancient, that Harry, a Parselmouth who had, that year, had respectful conversations with 3 snakes and 1 basilisk, decided that there was no point in further negotiation. He pulled the lower half of the paper out from beneath the cat. On the lower half was a grainy, moving photograph of a gaunt, dark-haired, long-toothed man screaming mutely at the camera from behind bars, and beneath the photograph a caption that read, "Black still at large. Ministry unable to account for escape. Muggle police advised to approach with caution." "Oh," said Harry. Hermione, coming into the kitchen with a mug of tea and Crookshanks's favorite toy in her hand, stopped. "You saw, I saw, don't get up." "I wasn't, don't get up, Harry." Hermione, Harry looked up at her. "Why is he out?" He broke out, from Azkaban, Harry. "From Azkaban, nobody has, before. In 300 years, how did, they don't know, why did they put him?" "Oh, Harry." Hermione sat down. She put the mug of tea in his hand. She put Crookshanks's feather on the newspaper, where Crookshanks pinned it with one paw and, Harry had not known cats could do this, gave her a single, slow, thoughtful blink. Hermione, whose relationship with Crookshanks had, over the 6 months since his adoption, become a thing of silent, glowing mutual respect, patted the top of his head. "Harry," she said. I didn't want to tell you on the last day. Mum didn't either. Mum said wait until we got home. Mum said wait until we got settled. Hermione, Harry, he was, they say, your parents' best friend. What, they say, Hermione said, very carefully, he was your godfather. They say he gave them up to Voldemort. They say he killed a friend of theirs, a man called Peter Pettigrew, the next day, in front of a street full of witnesses. They say he was laughing when the Aurors found him. They say he was put into Azkaban without a trial. Harry did not speak for a while. Emma Granger, in the kitchen doorway, who had been there for some minutes, said, very mildly, breakfast first, loves. Then we talk. They had breakfast. Then they talked. No trial, Dan Granger said, slowly. No trial, Hermione repeated. Why, there were witnesses, Dad. 12 Muggles who saw him. And Barty Crouch Sr., who was head of magical law enforcement, at the time, was very, very invested in sending a message. Mum. I've read it in 4 books. 2 school books, Mum. Nobody's ever really thought about it. They didn't, no, Dad. Nobody. They put him in Azkaban the week after. His mother, Hermione hesitated, wrote him out of the family will. His brother had been killed by Death Eaters the year before. His cousin was Bellatrix Lestrange. Even his friends, even Remus Lupin, Mum, left the case alone. Remus, another friend of our father's. We have a photograph, Dad. The one from Hogwarts. In the attic. Emma had put the photograph on the kitchen table already. It had come out of a box of Potter things Griphook had sent by Owl 6 months earlier, with his compliments, and it showed 4 young men in a dormitory, laughing, and one of them was plainly James Potter, his father's face under Harry's own hair, and one of them was plainly, unmistakably, the man in the newspaper photograph, Sirius Black, though in the picture he was grinning like a man who had not yet been taught to hate himself. Harry looked at it for a long time. Mum, yes, darling, he doesn't look like a murderer. Mum, photographs don't, darling, I know, Mum, Harry. Emma put her hand over his. I am not going to tell you, today, what to think about this man. But your sister has been looking at a file. And your father has been looking at a file. And I have been looking at a file. And between us you've been investigating, yes, darling, without telling me, yes, darling. I'm sorry. I wanted to have something to tell you. Rather than a newspaper headline on the kitchen floor, Harry looked at the photograph again. Mum, he said, at last. Yes, thank you, darling, I mean it, Mum. Thank you. For not just handing me the paper. I'd have got it wrong. Hermione, who had been watching him with an expression her father had, in their kitchen, once described as the worst Hermione face for a human being to see over a breakfast table, softened. Here is what I know, Harry, she said. I don't know he's innocent. I don't know he's guilty. I know there was no trial. I know he is, by blood, your godfather. Your parents chose him. I know Peter Pettigrew's body was never found, except a finger. I know he was your parents' secret keeper when they went into hiding, but also that I have read, in the memoirs of an Auror called Alice Longbottom, that they changed secret keepers at the last minute, and she does not say to whom. I know that nothing in the story that everybody in the wizarding world tells itself about this man quite adds up. I know he is out, and he has, according to the ministry, been sighted, on 3 separate occasions, heading south. South, Harry, toward us, toward the school. Hermione, Harry. What I think I believe, is that he is either coming to kill you. Or he is coming to help you. And I think we should prepare for both. Dan Granger, quietly, said, right. Which is why we are going to install the new locks this afternoon. Emma, quietly, said, and why we are going to ring Dumbledore tonight, Harry, quietly, said, and why I am going to write to Ron, yes, darling, Mum, yes, I'm not afraid of him, good, love, but I'd like Hedwig to stay with me when I sleep, of course, love, Mum, yes, darling, can I look at the photograph a bit more, as long as you like, darling, he looked at it. He looked at it for quite a while. Hermione, after a moment, came round the table and sat beside him, and leaned her shoulder against his, and did not say anything. The ringing of Dumbledore that night took 90 minutes, because the headmaster was, at 8:30, in a meeting with the Minister for Magic over the state of the Dementors, and because Emma Granger, who had never spoken by flu to a cabinet minister before, had not, on the second of the 3 interruptions, softened her tone for the politician. Mrs. Granger, said Cornelius Fudge, appearing in the Granger kitchen fire with a small green hat on, I beg yours, Minister. I am the Muggle mother of a magical child whose name is on the top of Sirius Black's hit list, or so it would appear from this evening's paper. Would you kindly, Minister, put the headmaster on? I am not, we are in a, thank you, Minister. Headmaster, please. Emma Granger would, in the following months, become notorious in the Ministry of Magic as the Granger Woman, which was a title she would wear, Dan had privately suspected, as a private decoration of honor. When Dumbledore's long, silver-bearded face appeared through the flames at last, he had gone straight into the fire, elbow first, on a cushion he kept for the purpose, and had apologized before Emma had said a word. Mrs. Granger, Albus, I suspect I know what this is about, do you? Yes, Mrs. Granger, then we do not need to waste time, and they hadn't. Dumbledore told them, in some detail, the official view, and then, in a lower tone, a private speculation he was nursing, which was that Sirius Black had broken out of Azkaban because he had, on seeing a recent photograph of the Weasley family in the Daily Prophet, Arthur had won the Prophet's annual draw for a trip to Egypt, and the photograph had included, with devastating clarity, in Ron's shirt pocket, the tail of a small grey rat, recognized somebody he had not seen in 12 years. Hermione, at the kitchen table, had said, Professor, what sort of somebody? And Dumbledore had said, after a very long pause, a somebody, Miss Granger Potter, whom I would like to invite you to research over the coming weeks, on the understanding that this is one of those things I am not going to withhold from you. Thank you, Headmaster, Mrs. Granger, I propose that Professor Lupin meet Harry on the Hogwarts Express. Lupin, a friend of James and Lily Potter's. I will say no more, Professor. Yes, Mrs. Granger, if he is a friend of James and Lily's, and you are telling me this, why did I not know his name before today? Because, Mrs. Granger, he has been ashamed for 12 years, of having been, how shall I put it, too easily convinced by what he was told. Emma Granger looked at the headmaster for a long, quiet, unhurried moment. Albus, yes, Emma, you are telling me, in a very, very roundabout way, that Sirius Black is not a murderer, aren't you? I am telling you, Mrs. Granger, that I am not certain. And that I have not been certain for some time. And that I should have said so, before, and I did not. Why not? Because I was afraid, Mrs. Granger. Because if Sirius Black had not betrayed the Potters, then he had been abandoned by me and by every friend he had, for 12 years, in a prison in the sea. And I had not been, Mrs. Granger, quite ready to look that in the face. I am ready now. My wards have begun to hum at the name. My phoenix has begun to sing when I think of it. Fawkes, as it happens, has a very clear moral compass, and I have, after some time, concluded that he is pointing north. Emma Granger was silent for a moment. Then, to the headmaster's considerable surprise, she put her hand, very briefly and very gently, against the flame where his cheek was. Oh, Albus, she said. You old fool. Yes, Mrs. Granger, thank you for telling us. Yes, Mrs. Granger, Harry is going on that train, Albus. And he is going to his school. And he is going to meet Professor Lupin. And Dan and I are going to come up to Hogsmeade for the first weekend of term, and we are going to take the two of them out to tea, and we are going to bring Professor Lupin with us, and we are going to have, for the first time in 12 years, one of Harry's parents' friends, sat across the table from him. And if what you are telling me is true, then we are going to unmake a piece of what has been done to this boy, Mrs. Granger. Yes, Albus, you are one of the best people I have ever met, thank you, Albus. I am exhausted. Good night, Mrs. Granger, she closed the floor. She sat, for a long moment, at her kitchen table. Dan, who had been standing in the doorway with a tea towel, walked across the room, sat down, and kissed the top of her head. You are a terrifying woman, Emma Granger. I am very tired, Daniel. I know, love. Pour me a brandy. Yes, love. She drank the brandy. She went to bed. She woke up at 5:30 the next morning, because she had a small magical owl of a son who had inherited her habit of waking early when something was bothering him, and who was, as her long years of practice had taught her, standing in her kitchen doorway, in his pajamas, with Hedwig on his shoulder, saying Mum. Harry, Mum. I dreamt about him, who, darling, Sirius Black, and he wasn't trying to kill me, Mum. No, Mum. He was telling me. About a rat. Emma Granger sat down, very slowly. Darling, yes, Mum, your sister is going to be very pleased with you. Hermione, yes, darling. Hermione. Come here. Sit down. I am going to make you tea. And you are going to tell me every single detail of this dream. And then I am going to wake up your sister. And then we are going to investigate, Mum. Yes, darling. We are going to investigate. Third year had a shape as well. It was not, Hermione announced on the first evening back, the shape of a trapdoor. It was not, Ron added from the opposing chair in the Ravenclaw common room where he had snuck in with the aid of a prefect's riddle answer, the shape of a chamber. It was, Neville, who had joined them in the alcove that had become, over 2 and a bit years, their alcove, said, quietly, from the hearth rug, the shape of a man. That's a very good way of putting it, Neville. I know, Hermione, there were Dementors on the train. The first Harry knew of them was a cold that started in his scar, moved into his chest, and settled in his ribs. Neville, across the compartment, went grey. Ron, beside him, put up a hand as if to shield his face. Hermione, with the sudden awful clarity of a woman who had been reading about what was on the train in the 10 minutes before it left the platform, stood up, whipped her wand out, and, with only the wrong kind of confidence, shouted expecto patronum. As she'd read about in a footnote. Nothing happened. The Dementor in the doorway, tall, cloaked, rasping, turned its hood toward Harry. Harry could not move. Harry's scar was screaming. Harry had, for the first time since he was very young, a memory of his mother's voice in the dark, pleading, and the nothing of a green light. And then a man in the corner of the compartment, a thin, shabby, kind-faced man in a patched coat whom none of them had really noticed, because he had been asleep, stood up, with an expression Harry had never seen before on the face of an adult, and said, in a voice almost gentle, none of that, please, and expecto patronum himself, with the easy competence of a man who had done this so many times he was almost embarrassed to be doing it again. A silver shape, like a wolf, bounded out of his wand and drove the Dementor from the doorway. The shabby man turned. His eyes settled on Harry. Hello, he said, carefully. I'm sorry about that. I am the new defense teacher. My name is Lupin, Professor Lupin, Hermione said. He looked up at her. Yes, Remus Lupin, yes, you knew our father. Remus Lupin stopped. Our, he repeated. Our, Hermione said, firmly. Hermione Granger Potter. This is Harry Potter Granger. Remus Lupin, who had, over the past 12 years, not really expected to speak to Lily Evans's son ever again, and who had, over the past 6 months, not really expected to keep his job past Christmas, and who had, over the past 6 hours, been haunted by the knowledge that Sirius Black was somewhere on this train, looked at Harry, and looked at Hermione, and then, carefully, as if he were lowering himself into a chair that might break, sat down on the seat by the window. Yes, he said, at last. Yes, I knew your father. He took, out of his coat, a small packet wrapped in brown paper, and he handed it to Harry. Chocolate, he said. Eat some. It helps. Harry ate some. Hermione, without taking her eyes off Lupin, also ate some, and then, carefully, gave a square to Neville and a square to Ron. "Professor," Hermione said, after a long pause, "we would like to talk to you. In your office. When you are settled." Remus Lupin smiled, and in the smile Harry saw, very briefly, the young man of the dormitory photograph. "Of course you would, Miss Granger Potter," he said. "Of course you would." "When I am settled," he was settled by the end of the second week, which was remarkable time for a defense teacher. He taught them, on the first Monday, a lesson about Grindylows that was, by universal agreement, the single best lesson any of them had ever had. He taught them, on the first Thursday, a lesson about boggarts, in which Neville Longbottom, dressed, by some inspired mercy, Remus's own Aunt Enid, laughed, loudly, in a full classroom, for the first time in his young life, because Snape in a vast horrible bonnet and a handbag was a sight that could make Neville Longbottom laugh for the rest of his days, and in which Hermione, Harry, and Ron, taking it in turns, defeated each of their own worst fears, with Remus's patient, quiet, coaching support, and Hermione, last up, faced, to her own horror, and to the private shock of half the class, the boggart's unsettling approximation of a failed examination results sheet, which she had, in the classic Hermione way, turned into a very short, extremely rude limerick about McGonagall. McGonagall, when the story reached her, laughed, actually, in the staff room. Snape, to whom the story also reached, did not laugh. Snape went very cold. Snape added an item to a list. Remus invited the twins to his office on the second Sunday. He sat them down. He made them tea. He did not pour out. He looked at them, at the girl who was not his friend's, but who was plainly his friend's son's sister, for a long moment, and said, quietly, "I did not come back to Hogwarts to teach, Harry. I came back because the headmaster thought I should. I came back because of Sirius. Because I know him better than anyone left alive. And because Albus believed, as do I, that Sirius will come for you." Harry, quietly, said, "Is he going to kill me?" "I don't know, Harry. I used to think I knew everything about him. I was wrong about that. I don't know what he is now." Was he my parents' secret keeper?" Remus closed his eyes. "No, Harry, but, the papers said what the ministry said, Harry. Sirius was the original secret keeper. At the last minute, before they went into hiding, your parents changed it. They changed it to Peter Pettigrew. Because Peter was a less obvious choice. And because they thought nobody would come for him. Why didn't? Because only 4 people knew the change had been made, for James, Lily, Sirius, and Peter. Hermione, very quietly, said, "Which one of them is dead?" "Peter, officially," Remus said. Blown apart by Sirius in the middle of a Muggle street on the 2nd of November, 1981. 12 witnesses. No body. A finger. And one screaming man. "A finger," Harry repeated. "Yes, Professor." "Do you believe that's what happened?" Remus Lupin looked, for a long moment, into his tea. "I believed it for 11 years, Harry. I am sorry to tell you, part of the reason nobody asked very hard. I am, perhaps, the person most ashamed of that in the country, and now, Harry, when I hear that Sirius Black broke out of Azkaban, and the first thing he did was head south toward where you live, now I find myself asking questions I did not let myself ask for 11 years. What questions, Professor? Why did he go south, Harry? And not into hiding, because he wants me, that is one possibility, and the other, because he thinks somebody else is close to you." A long silence. "Professor," said Hermione, finally. "Was Peter Pettigrew, in his school days, an animagus?" Remus Lupin went very, very still. "You have been reading," he said. "I have, Professor." Miss Granger Potter, "Yes, Professor. What do you think he turned into?" "I think he turned into something small. And furry. And stupid enough to have hidden, for 12 years, in a family with a lot of children." Remus Lupin put his teacup down. "Miss Granger Potter," he said, with an expression that was almost a laugh and almost a sob, I think I am going to cry, and I would rather you both did not see me. Yes, Professor, if I said the word Scabbers the Weasley family rat to you, Miss Granger Potter, what would you say? I'd say, Professor, that I have had my eye on that rat since third term of last year. Miss Granger Potter, yes, Professor, you are a very frightening young woman. Yes, Professor. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, quietly. If the rat in Ron's pocket is Peter, then Sirius Black did not betray your parents, Harry, and I have, Remus said, his voice very low, a great deal to apologize for, to a great many people. Starting with him, the hunt for Scabbers took 3 days. It turned out Scabbers had been, in an almost unbelievably lucky coincidence, missing from the Weasley household since the first day of term, because Ron, having come up by the train, had, of course, had Scabbers in his pocket, and because, it would later transpire, Scabbers had, on sensing the presence of Remus Lupin within 2 carriages, done a very creditable impersonation of a rat who had died of fright, and had then, in the shuffle of the welcome feast, quietly run away into the castle. They found him on the 3rd day, in a dusty corner of the kitchens, in the pantry of a Hufflepuff house elf called Tinky, who was feeding him on stale cheese. What they had not expected was that Sirius Black found them first. It happened, in the way these things happen, at 3 in the morning, on the 1st of October, on the landing outside the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione had been out of bed because she had forgotten, on the couch by the fire, a book she needed for a reading the next day, and had gone down to fetch it in her dressing gown. On her return, halfway up the stairs, she had been met by an enormous, gaunt, black dog. The dog had not snarled. The dog had sat down on the stairs, blocking her path, and had looked up at her with eyes that were, there was no other word for it, pleading. And Hermione, after a moment in which her heart had tried to leave her chest through her mouth, had not screamed. She had crouched down, 3 stairs above the dog, and had, very quietly, using the voice her mother used on cats, had said, Mr. Black. We know about Peter. The dog made a sound, a low, cracked, half-sob of a whine. Mr. Black, Hermione said, steadily, are you here for my brother? The dog shook its head. For Peter, the dog nodded. Mr. Black. If I fetch my brother, and my friend Ron Weasley, who has, as it happens, the rat who is the point of this conversation, in a cardboard box at the foot of his bed, and if we come down to you, and if we bring a professor, will you agree to be still, and not to hurt anyone, and to let us resolve this peacefully? The dog, after a long moment, nodded again. It dropped its enormous head onto its paws. Its eyes closed. Hermione stood up. Hermione went and fetched, in the following 40 minutes, her brother, and Ron, and Remus Lupin, and Professor Dumbledore, and Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape, and her parents, via Flo, and, because she was a meticulous administrator, Kingsley Shacklebolt of the Auror office. The Shrieking Shack, on the edge of the school grounds, had never seen such an unexpected gathering. Peter Pettigrew, a small, grey, balding, frightened little man whom Harry recognized with a sudden, wrenching memory from the 4th figure in the dormitory photograph, had been unconscionably stupid about it. He had been handed his wand by a furious Sirius Black, grown thin as a rail, with grey streaks at his temples, with hands that shook, and had been told to defend himself, and had instead of defending himself, fallen to his knees and begged. James, Lily, they would have understood. You don't understand what he did. The Dark Lord was everywhere. I was small. Stand up, Peter. Sirius, please. Remus, you remember, you know me, I remember, Peter, Remus Lupin said, very quietly. I remember our first year. I remember our second. I remember the night we became what we became together. I remember, Peter, carrying you across Hogsmeade when you sprained your ankle. And I remember you saying to me, in the dormitory, the week before you gave them up, you know I've never been as good as the rest of you. I remember, Peter. I remember everything. Stand up. He stood up. Kingsley Shacklebolt, very quietly, stunned him. They took him, that night, to Azkaban. They took a statement from Sirius Black over 2 days in the Hogwarts hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey fed him chocolate and fresh bread and, at one point, a great and nutritious stew, and where Dan Granger, of all people, sat by Sirius Black's bed for most of the first night and simply spoke to him, quietly, about ordinary things, about cars, about the price of bread, about his own childhood, about dental work, just to remind a man who had not heard an ordinary kind voice in 13 years. That they existed. Harry, when he was, at last, permitted to visit Sirius, 12 full hours after the whole business, because Emma had insisted her son not be dragged in as evidence until he had slept, walked into the hospital wing at midday on the 2nd of October, 1993, with his sister at his elbow, and looked for a long moment at the thin, hollow-faced man in the bed. Sirius Black looked up. His grey eyes, which had been, a very long time ago, the color of a grey summer sky, were tired. He looked at Harry. He looked at Hermione. He tried, and failed, to speak. "Mr. Black," Hermione said, kindly. "This is my brother. I know who he is, lovey. I thought you might. But I thought I would say it anyway." Sirius laughed. It was a broken, cracked, enormous laugh, and it hurt his ribs. "Hello, Harry," he said, at last. "Hello, Sirius," Harry said. It took Sirius a long time, after that, to be able to say anything else. Harry, for his part, did what he had been taught, in the last 10 years, to do in such circumstances by a woman in a kitchen in Crawley. He walked to the bedside. He took the man's hand. He said, simply, "It's all right, now, it's all right." Sirius Black, who had not been told it was all right by anybody at all in 12 years, cried. There was, however, a conversation in the dungeons the following week that Harry did not see, and that Hermione, who had eyes in more places than was strictly reasonable, only heard about second-hand, and only pieced together from the expression on Remus Lupin's face the next morning at breakfast. Severus Snape, in his potions office, on the Tuesday following Pettigrew's arrest, had been standing at his bench stirring a small pot of wolfsbane potion when Remus Lupin had knocked, twice, at his door. "Lupin, Severus, why are you here?" "Because I wanted to thank you." Severus Snape did not look up from the cauldron. The potion had reached the stage at which it required one only, counterclockwise stir. "For what, Lupin?" "For making this. For me. Every month. For 6 weeks, Dumbledore asked me to." "Yes. You made it anyway." "I was paid." "Lupin, it is a difficult potion, Severus. Difficult and time-consuming. Not many potioneers in this country could make it. There is a reason Dumbledore asked you, rather than the apothecary at Slug and Jiggers, where he would have had to pay rather more. Your point, Lupin." "My point, Severus, is that I was wrong about you, when we were boys. I am not too old to say it. You were not always a good friend. Neither was I. But the man stirring that pot is a man who is choosing, every month, to keep a small, stammering, frightened Gryffindor from turning into a monster. And, for whatever it is worth, Severus, thank you." Severus Snape stirred the pot, once, counterclockwise. He turned the flame down. He put down his wooden spoon. He did not, for a moment, turn around. When he did, his face was, for the first time in many years, uncertain. "I did it," he said, very quietly, "because I promised her son I would." Her son, Lupin, Lily, yes, Lupin." There was a silence. "I have been," Snape said, even more quietly, "an ass, Lupin, for a long time, about a woman who is dead. I think I am attempting to be less of an ass. It is a slow project. My workshop is not tidy." Remus Lupin, whose own workshops had for many years not been tidy either, put out his hand. Severus Snape, after a long moment, took it. They shook hands, once. Then Snape withdrew his hand, said "Now go away, Lupin," and went back to the cauldron. Remus Lupin left. He was observed, on his way back up the stairs from the dungeons, to be smiling, for the first time that the castle portraits could remember, in a way that was not a brave smile. It was only a smile. Hermione Granger Potter, who had learned about the handshake from a portrait of a 16th-century potion mistress who was extremely fond of gossip, told Harry on the evening of the next day, and Harry, who had been brushing his teeth, had had to sit down for a long moment on the edge of the bath, because he did not quite know what to feel, and because Hermione, with the gentle relentlessness that was hers, was going to make him feel it anyway. "We are going to remember this, Harry, I know we are, Hermione, properly, Hermione, people change, Harry, some people, Hermione, enough of them, Harry, yes, Hermione. Enough." The finish of the story was administrative. Peter Pettigrew was tried, in front of the Wisengamot, in November 1993, in front of an audience that included Emma Granger in a new hat. Peter Pettigrew was convicted. Peter Pettigrew did not go to Azkaban, because Sirius Black, speaking, on a very bad day, from the witness box, asked the Wisengamot please to spare him that, because the Dementors were a punishment nobody deserved, and because he would prefer the long memory of a long imprisonment to a mad, empty one, and the Wisengamot, influenced by a most unusual intervention from a Muggle witness named Emma Granger, who spoke, for 20 minutes, about the difference between justice and revenge, agreed. Pettigrew went to an ordinary wizarding prison. He will probably stay there for the rest of his life. Sirius Black was pardoned unconditionally, his estate restored to him with interest, and was awarded, as a small, almost apologetic footnote, the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, which he framed, and hung upside down in the downstairs lavatory at 14, Fenhurst Road, because Dan Granger had persuaded him, over supper on his first evening of freedom, to come home with them. He stayed for 6 weeks. He would, over the years, come back for longer. Remus Lupin stayed, too, less often, because of the complications of a thing he had confessed to Emma Granger in her kitchen in a voice barely audible and which Emma had, with her customary directness, categorized as a chronic medical condition. "Remus, not a moral one, sit down, I am making tea." Remus had cried a little. He had stayed a little longer. He had, eventually, stopped teaching at Hogwarts, because the teaching of defense against the dark arts by a werewolf was, in the view of the ministry, a step too far even for Dumbledore, and because Remus had, at Emma's kitchen table, begun to suspect that his long, quiet, lonely years had made him a worse teacher than he might have been, and had instead gone into the Order of the Phoenix, alongside Sirius, under Dumbledore's rebuilding banner, with a desk, a steady wage, and the professional blessing of a Muggle dentist who had made him promise to keep, at all times, a clean-shaved jaw and a regular appointment with a qualified orthodontist. "You'll be a bloody handsome man yet, Remus Lupin," Dan said. "I somehow doubt it, Dan, that is because you are looking in the wrong mirrors." Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, legally, finally, absolutely, came home for the whole of Christmas in 1993, and for the whole of Christmas in 1994, and for most of Easter in 1995, and never quite left, and installed himself in an attic bedroom at 14, Fenhurst Road which Dan had, with enormous patience, extended to fit a black family four-poster bed. Sirius, on his first morning, had put Hedwig's cage on the attic windowsill and had said "Oh, Harry," and not another word. Ron Weasley, over the years, began to come to Fenhurst Road for fortnightly Sunday suppers, which became, in time, fortnightly Sunday suppers with Molly and Arthur and whichever of the Weasley children were around, until Emma Granger's dining room table had to be replaced with a longer one, and then with a still longer one, and then with a folding one. Neville Longbottom, whose grandmother, in an act Emma Granger would be quietly proud of to the end of her life, had, in 1993, first begun to write to her about this very interesting Muggle-born friend of Neville's, who by the way I have always said needed a proper dentist, also came. Luna Lovegood, whose father was editor of the Quibbler and whose acquaintance Hermione had made on the train, came. Ginny Weasley came, quietly, and did not look at Harry for quite a long time, and then, in the spring of 1996, did, and Harry, who was 15, looked back, for the first time. It would be years yet before the war came to them properly. But it would come. Dumbledore had been right about that. The diary was only one of 7, as Hermione had by then, with Sirius's help and Remus's and, astonishingly, Snape's, pieced together, and they were going to have to find the rest, one by one, and unmake them. It would take most of their 4th year and all of their 5th. It would cost them, in the end, a friend, because in such a story as this one somebody always falls, and it would be, when it came, somebody Harry had, without quite noticing it, come to love, and it would nearly cost them more. There would be a duel on the roof of Hogwarts in the spring of 1997. There would be a ritual in a Granger kitchen, which Emma would run with a clipboard in her left hand and a wooden spoon in her right. There would be, on a morning in the summer of the same year, a final confrontation in the Forbidden Forest in which Harry Potter Granger, with his sister at his elbow and his godfather at his back and his friends, all of them, Ron and Neville and Ginny and Luna and Draco Malfoy, who in his 7th year had at last walked to the Ravenclaw table, red-eared, and said Potter, I think I've been a prat, would walk into a clearing, and would meet a tall, pale, snake-faced man who had once promised to bring his parents back to him, and would, this time, finish the conversation. But that is another chapter. For now, on the afternoon of the 3rd of October, 1993, in the hospital wing of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, on a bed, in a blanket, in a borrowed pajama top, Sirius Black, 34 years old, and free for the first time in 12 years, was asleep, with Dan Granger in the chair beside him, who had fallen asleep with his chin on his chest and a copy of the Daily Mirror on his knee. Emma Granger was down the corridor, arguing with Madame Pomfrey about the ingredients in the muffins. Harry and Hermione sat on the foot of a bed in the next bay, side by side. Harry, did you see the way Snape looked at Remus? I saw, Hermione, he handed him chocolate. Harry, I saw, Hermione, Snape handed Remus chocolate. I saw it. The world is changing. Harry, a bit, Hermione. A bit. They were quiet for a long time. Harry, do you ever think? Yes, you don't know what I was going to say. I do, Hermione. All right, what? You were going to say, do you ever think how close we came to not being twins? And the answer is, yes, every single day, and I don't think about it, because if I think about it I will lose my mind. Hermione, beside him, laughed, a little tear-stained laugh. I was going to say, she said, at last, do you ever think how lucky we are? Oh. That. Yes. All the time. Good, good, she leaned her head against his shoulder. Across the corridor, Sirius Black murmured in his sleep. Dan Granger, in his chair, did not move. Somewhere down the corridor, Emma Granger was winning an argument with a matron. Outside the high Gothic windows, the sky over the Highland hills was doing the soft, slow, late afternoon trick it did in early October, turning from grey to bronze. A raven, entirely of its own business, flew across the window. Hedwig, on a perch at the end of Harry's bed, watched the raven go, judged it insufficient, closed her yellow eyes, and slept. Hermione, when we go home next week, yes, Mum's going to want to cook, she is, Harry, and we are going to have to help, Hermione, we are, Harry, and she's going to have Sirius to stay. And Remus. And probably Ron. And probably Neville. And probably Ginny, if Mrs. Weasley can spare her. And you are going to have to give Crookshanks a bath before we go, Hermione. I don't think Crookshanks. You are, Hermione. All right, Harry. All right, Harry. Thank you. For letting them all into what, Hermione? Into our house. Harry looked at her for a long time. It's our family's house, Hermione. I know, Harry. Then they can all come in. Yes, Harry. They can. Beyond the hospital wing, over the spires of the castle, a late afternoon sun came out at last, and lit the windowsills, and lit the Highland sky, and lit, in particular, the windowsill of a certain office in the West Tower, where an elderly man, with a tired smile, stood looking out across his school toward the 2 children he had, for a very long time, been wrong about, and toward the family, in the bed below, that he had, at last, helped to build, and where, for the first time in a long while, he allowed himself to feel something he had not felt in decades. He felt, very quietly, hopeful. He raised his mug of tea. He said, to nobody in particular, in a voice too soft to be heard beyond the glass, to the Granger Potters, he drank. And somewhere in the castle, through a trick of Hogwarts acoustics that no one has ever fully explained, a girl laughed, and a boy laughed with her, and two mothers, one who had died a long time ago in a house in Godric's Hollow, and one who was, at that very moment, trying to get a packet of digestives past a Scottish nurse, laughed with them, and the laugh of all four of them, together, went up through the stones of Hogwarts like a tune a castle had been waiting, for 12 long years, to hear. Chapter 6 End.